Chapter 2947. The blood-colored dragon head had dragon eyes, dragon fangs, dragon whiskers, dragon horns, and dragon scales on its neck. It was exactly the same as a divine dragon. There was no difference at all. It was very similar to the primordial blood spiritual dragon. The four limbs that extended from the tortoise shell still retained some of the characteristics of a tortoise, but they were actually more similar to a divine dragon. The tail, in particular, was exactly the same as a divine dragon's tail. There were complicated words on the huge tortoise shell. They were dragon words. Long Chen could tell at a glance, but they were too ancient. He could not understand what they were. For now, he would call this thing a dragon turtle. However, it was not a true behemoth. Its body did not have flesh and blood. It was simply a condensation of the blood sea. It was like a block of ice condensed from blood. Of course, after water turned into ice, its volume was about the same. However, this dragon turtle was clearly the condensation of the endless blood sea's seawater. The killing intent, aura, and aura of death on it were extremely dense, ferocious and brutal. As it churned, the blood sea seemed to be boiling. I don't know why this thing was condensed. It is clearly not a god fiend, but it can vaguely use nomological power. It can even resist god emperors and is indestructible. Even though parts of its body had been destroyed, the dragon turtle could still rapidly absorb large amounts of seawater from the blood sea. It instantly reconstructed its body and engaged in a fierce battle with its enemies. Just the power contained in its huge body was enough to resist divine power and nomological power. This creature seemed to be connected to the entire death world. It was using the power of the death world. Save us! Save us! The opponents of the dragon turtle had already discovered Long Chen. Compared to the dragon turtle, the two of them were too insignificant. Upon closer inspection, they were two female god emperors. They looked to be slightly younger than God Emperor Yuhua. They were primordial god emperors and belonged to the lowest rung of the group that had entered the death world. Although they were wearing solemn Taoist robes, the two divine emperors were still graceful and graceful. Their flustered appearances under the dragon turtle's attacks were pitiful. Judging from their clothes and decorations, one of them was from the Shangqing Palace, and the other from the Shangqing Palace. The one from the Shangqing Palace should have seen Long Chen defeat the Dark World with one move, and also knew that Long Chen had defeated the Fire Cloud Evil God together with others. Save them. It seemed that they would not be able to hold on for long under the violent attacks of the dragon turtle. They might not even have the time to crush the blood pearl of the dead world. Looking at their flustered, bloodshot eyes and weak looks, Long Chen hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Maybe I can make friends with some people from the three great heavenly palaces. That would be a good thing. The three great heavenly palaces were so huge. If it wasn't for the pressure from the other party, Long Chen would not want to go against them. After all, Di Jun alone had given him enough headaches. Before the two divine emperors were beaten to death by the dragon turtle, Long Chen casually stabbed out a sword of time. The sword chi of the sword of time shot out and pierced the body of the dragon turtle. In an instant, part of the turtle's shell was broken. Although the dragon turtle did not feel any pain, and the turtle's shell was also absorbing seawater to repair itself, it noticed Long Chen. Roar. With a dragon roar, the dragon turtle broke through the seawater and changed its target. It rushed towards Long Chen. Now that he was facing this opponent, Long Chen wanted to know what this dragon turtle was. The two divine emperors were out of danger. Thanks. But you must remember to crush the blood pearl of the dead world. Don't lose your life here. It's good that we lost it. How dare an outsider snatch our ghost blood curse? Humph. The two of them spoke one after another. They actually abandoned Long Chen and fled. In a short while, they were gone. Long Chen could not help but smile bitterly. It seems like I have underestimated the three great heavenly palaces' hostility towards us. I saved their lives, but they actually want me dead. He felt indescribably depressed. He still wanted to make friends with the three great heavenly palaces. From the looks of it, if he obtained the ghost blood curse in the end, it would be good enough if they did not chase after him. If he knew this would happen, Long Chen naturally would not have bothered to save the two of them. Now, he even offended this huge guy. If he met them again, Long Chen would definitely give them a good slap. He had been played like a monkey. He originally wanted to study this strange thing. Now that he was angry, he directly grabbed the god-slaying sword that was filled with blood chi. The 100,000 demon soldiers roared. Long Chen charged forward with his sword. Sword of Time. This time, the real Sword of Time was unleashed. A towering sword chi condensed and turned into a huge sword shadow. With resplendent sword light, it descended from the sky and slashed down. Just before the dragon turtle charged over, Long Chen rushed to the side. Poochie. The Sword of Time chopped off the dragon turtle's dragon head. This took Long Chen a lot of effort. It's really tough. Even with the god-slaying sword, he just managed to kill it. However, the dragon turtle was not subdued by him. Long Chen saw with his own eyes that this strange thing, the dragon head and the turtle shell fused together once again. Although the Sword of Time was very domineering, it did not harm the dragon turtle at all. No wonder the two god emperors couldn't do anything to this dragon turtle. Even if it's me, if I don't run away and continue fighting with it, as long as the death world exists, it will never stop. It's impossible to kill it. Seeing that the dragon turtle was charging towards him again, with its terrifying strength, its divine body would probably be torn apart. Of course, Long Chen would not let it have its way. Either he left or he found a way to kill it in one strike. Let's try using the extermination dragon seal. Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword and held the demon-subduing pagoda in his hand. When he swung his hand, the demon-subduing pagoda instantly expanded. Under Long Chen's control, it became infinitely huge. 100,000 gods shouted and sang war songs. The extermination dragon seal appeared at the bottom of the demon-subduing pagoda. Suppress. Just as the dragon turtle charged in front of Long Chen, the extermination dragon seal pressed down on its back. Buzz. Suddenly, the dragon turtle stopped moving. Then, as if everything had come to a standstill, the next moment, the dragon turtle's body changed rapidly. From a solid state, it turned into a liquid state, then into a boundless sea of blood. It surged forward and formed an incomparably huge charge, as if someone had injected a lot of seawater into the sea of blood. Under the impact of the water, Long Chen moved a distance. But he could see that the dragon turtle had already disappeared. If the extermination dragon seal is effective, it should have hit the primordial spirit or soul. In other words, this dragon turtle is a combination of a primordial spirit or remnant soul that I cannot detect. Long Chen finally understood. This world of death is full of mysteries. There should be many things like this dragon turtle. But I have the extermination dragon seal. In comparison, I have a bigger advantage. The surroundings gradually quietened down. Looking around, there was an endless sea of blood. This world was so big that it seemed to have no boundaries. For a moment, Long Chen did not know where to go. After all, it was too big. To find the ghost blood curse here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Actually, all the god kings were like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, someone suddenly came in his direction. Uncle Master Feng Qing, that's right. It's him, that Long Chen. It's him who destroyed the blood beast just now. He is very strong and is a great enemy of our three heavenly palaces. These were the voices of the two god kings that Long Chen had just saved. Looking back, there were a total of 3 people in the sea coming towards him. The 2 charming god kings on the left and right were those 2. At this moment, they were looking coldly at Long Chen and were fighting to be the first to describe to the god king in the middle. The one in the middle was a great threat to Long Chen. He must have heard the commotion here and came here. Then, He happened to meet these two women, and they brought him here. Uncle Master Feng Qing, this is the best chance. We must chase this guy out of the world of death. Otherwise, he might fight for the ghost blood curse for you. It will be very troublesome. The woman from the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace said coquettishly. Of course, Long Chen knew the man in the middle. He was an ultimate God King from the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. His strength should be similar to the Fire Cloud Heretic God, and he was not on the God King list. This was the purest disciple of the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. He wore a dark green Taoist robe and his long hair was tied up. He looked like an immortal and had an elegant temperament. His eyes were long and narrow, and he carried a long sword on his back. Sword will surged. There were no pupils in his dark green eyes, but there were two tornadoes that spun rapidly. Looking at his eyes, one would sink deep into them. The Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace had a type of Tai Ching rule. This God King should have another rule that was related to storms. I am Taoist Feng Qing, a disciple of the Supreme Pure Taoist Ancestor. I am rank 13th. Taoist Feng Qing's voice was cold as he cupped his hands at Long Chen. Taoist Xian Qing was the first disciple, Nine Swords God King was the 9th, and this Taoist Feng Qing was the 13th. After his self-introduction, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He said, "Thank you for saving my two juniors just now. However, the fight for the ghost blood curse does not care about friendship. Don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Taoist Feng Qing's words, the two God Kings revealed a knowing smile. They hurriedly said, "In that case, we will back off. Let's witness Uncle Master Feng Qing's divine might. This person's eyes are fierce. He doesn't take us seriously. Uncle Master Feng Qing, you must teach him a lesson." These two women were like flies. They made him speechless. Saving them was indeed an infuriating matter. However, he had no choice but to face the opponent in front of him. Previously, he had defeated the Fire Cloud Evil God by relying on Mo Xiaolang's ability to restrain him. This time, he had to face Taoist Feng Qing head-on. His battle blood was already boiling. No matter when, he would not reject such a battle that challenged his limits. I recommend a book, Dragon-Marked War God. Chapter 2948. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Long Chen's current mixed primordial divine power was actually slightly inferior to an ordinary perfection realm deity emperor. After all, he was only a deity king. It was only because of his absolute advantage in laws that he could suppress a perfection realm deity emperor. However, if his opponent was an ultimate realm deity emperor, the suppression of his divine power would be extremely great. Moreover, a deity emperor who was able to reach the ultimate realm was not weak in laws, and their creation divine weapons were even more extraordinary. Hence, both Fire Cloud Heretic God and Taoist Feng Qing were hard to deal with. They needed to challenge Long Chen's limits. Previously, when he fought with Mo Xiaolang against Fire Cloud Heretic God, it was because Mo Xiaolang could restrain Fire Cloud Heretic God. Moreover, Fire Cloud Heretic God had exhausted most of Long Chen's energy, which was why Long Chen's Thorn of Karma was mysteriously defeated. Taoist Feng Qing had personally witnessed the divine power of the Thorn of Karma when Long Chen was fighting against the Dark Underworld deity emperor. When the opponent knew his background, it would be even more troublesome. However, this ignited Long Chen's boundless battle intent. Since he could escape even if he could not win, he was not worried about what would happen if he lost. After all, Taoist Feng Qing was different from Di Jun. Long Chen might be able to fight against Taoist Feng Qing, but it was impossible for him to escape from Di Jun. Especially when he discovered that even Di Jun had inherited the essence blood of a peerless divine dragon. Hua. In the boundless blood sea. Although Taoist Feng Qing's Taoist robe was soaked in the blood sea, it was not stained at all. It made him look like a lotus that had emerged from the mud. Behind him, the two deity emperors were smiling faintly. Although it looked beautiful, it was actually sinister. Long Chen could not help but want to slap them. Uncle Master Fengxing's cultivation is profound. He will definitely make things difficult for this fella. A mere outsider dares to steal the limelight in our third heaven? Damn it, he offended the number 1 on the Divine Emperor ranking list, D. Jun, and hid in the death rain. I thought he wouldn't be sent out. While they were chatting and laughing, Daoist Feng Qing's eyes were filled with a storm. His expression was solemn. He gently drew out a sword from his back. It was a long sword. The center of the blade was dark green in color, and both sides of the blade were made of steel. It was extremely sharp. Mountains, rivers, and trees were carved on the blade. Vaguely, a world could be seen. Great Tao killing sword. Daoist Feng Qing said in a deep voice. Although this sword was very upright, it was filled with murderous intent. It had the unique temperament of the supreme pure heavenly palace, but it was filled with murderous intent, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. Under the contrast of this killing sword of the Great Way, even the sage-like Daoist Feng Qing became the messenger of massacre. Drunken immortal gourd. His right hand held the great Tao killing sword. He raised his left hand and a dark purple gourd appeared in his hand. Ripples spread out from the gourd and the purple color spread. Both of them were Chaos Origin grade creation divine artifacts. Moreover, they were considered superior among the mixed prime level creation artifacts. They were very close to eternal level creation artifacts, and were probably similar to unrivaled heavenly god's semi-eternal level god slaying flying dagger. With a drunken gourd in one hand and a killing sword in the other, Daoist Feng Qing killed people in a drunken stupor. Long Chen was already prepared for battle. He had 4 creation artifacts that he could use freely. Daoist Feng Qing did not stand on ceremony with him. His first move was the drunken immortal gourd. At this moment, the drunken immortal gourd was expanding beside him, turning into a huge object. Daoist Feng Qing stood on top of the drunken immortal gourd, looking extremely dashing, but his murderous intent was also awe-inspiring. Within the drunken immortal gourd, clear spring water was gathering in the boundless sea of blood, changing the color of the surrounding blood. The purple wine was a rule that spread across countless territories. This was something that Long Chen could not avoid at all. Being trapped within the area controlled by the drunken immortal gourd, endless rule power rushed towards him. It was a kind of drunkenness that enveloped his mind. Before the battle began, he was already feeling drunk. This was really rare. This drunken stupor was something that Long Chen had not experienced for a long time. So powerful, even everything in front of him became illusory. He felt dizzy and lightheaded. Forget about fighting, Long Chen wanted to just lie on the ground at this moment. Everything in front of him kept changing. He's drunk. He doesn't even know about Uncle Master Feng Qing's most troublesome drunken immortal gourd. Being controlled by the drunken immortal gourd, he has basically lost his strength. At this moment, even I can defeat him, let alone Uncle Master Feng Qing. He heard the 2 women's noisy laughter. It's over. Like a sword shadow, it charged towards Long Chen. Daoist Feng Qing did not show any mercy. These people from the 3 sky palaces were really cold-blooded. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a drunkard. Daoist Feng Qing did not care much about it. His drunken immortal gourd was a treasure. Many of his enemies had already been defeated by his drunken immortal gourd before the battle had even begun. He only needed to follow up with a sword strike. Normally, his great Tao killing sword would not be of much use. Just as he was about to hit Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His swaying body instantly recovered. The speed of his recovery gave Daoist Feng Qing a shock. How is this possible? He naturally did not know that Long Chen had a rule of fate called defying the heavens and changing fate. Back then, he had relied on defying the heavens and changing fate to break free from the extreme bliss array of the pantheon. He could see the illusion clearly, let alone this drunken immortal gourd. Your drunken immortal gourd is indeed amazing. However, it's still not enough to restrain me. At the instant Long Chen recovered, He held the god-slaying sword with both hands. The endless power of time condensed on it. Under his eruption, the sword of time condensed into a resplendent sword chi that pierced towards Daoist Feng Qing, who was just inches away. Daoist Feng Qing's eyes were solemn as his hands danced rapidly. Wind, sand. This was a rule of storm. When the sword of time charged over, Daoist Feng Qing's sword danced and a tornado appeared. The sword of time pierced right into the tornado. There were endless sword shadows in the tornado. It was the blade of the great Tao killing sword. With a clang, it slashed at Long Chen's god-slaying sword. In that instant, both parties were equally matched. The sword shadows exploded, causing the surrounding seawater to churn. The commotion was even greater than the dragon turtles. Under the blade's storm, even the two primordial realm god emperors were disheartened. Their arrogant smiles from before were all gone. At this moment, they were enraged out of humiliation. Uncle Master Feng Qing, quickly teach him a lesson. Didn't you just block the drunken immortal gourd? What's there to be arrogant about? The two could not help but curse. But in fact, Long Chen and Daoist Feng Qing could not be bothered with them. They felt that it was rare for them to meet their match. From the fact that Daoist Feng Qing was able to block his sword of time with a simple rule, it was obvious that Daoist Feng Qing's true capabilities were not limited to just that. He had merely dodged a sneak attack. Since the drunken immortal gourd is useless against you, it doesn't matter anymore. He casually put it away and the drunken immortal gourd disappeared. At this moment, he was still holding the great Tao killing sword with one hand. At that moment, his eyes exploded with endless killing intent. The killing intent transformed into two sword beams that blasted away the surrounding blood water. Behind Daoist Feng Qing, a huge array diagram appeared. Endless power descended upon him. At this moment, there was also a complicated array diagram in his eyes. All the power in his body gathered and surged towards the great Tao killing sword in his hand. Tai Ching Wheel. Daoist Feng Qing wielded his sword and drew a circular trajectory in front of him. In this process, the circular trajectory gradually condensed into a jade-green divine wheel. It rotated at high speed and gave birth to an incomparably strong tearing force. It directly tore apart the space of the death world, devoured countless amounts of blood water, and disrupted the blood sea within a large area. It could be seen that the power of this move was definitely not weaker than the fire cloud heretic god. Daoist Feng Qing's long sword stabbed at the center of the Tai Ching wheel. As the Tai Ching wheel expanded, it pressed down towards Long Chen. Such a huge tearing force was naturally enough to tear Long Chen into pieces. This Daoist Feng Qing was not careless. He had forced Long Chen to his limits every time. This time, his attack simply left Long Chen with no way to resist. As for which rule to use, Long Chen hesitated for a while. Demon Subduing Pagoda, Annihilation Dragon Seal. He made his choice. He knew that Daoist Feng Qing was very strong, so this time, he did not directly block the Tai Ching wheel. This was because he could not block it head-on. Therefore, he used an extremely crazy method. The demon subduing pagoda directly rushed past the Tai Ching wheel and pressed down on Daoist Feng Qing's head. When Daoist Feng Qing brought danger to him, Long Chen did not defend himself. Instead, he chose to give his opponent the same kind of danger. With the terror of the Annihilation Dragon Seal, if it hit Daoist Feng Qing, the power would definitely not be weak. At the critical moment. Such guts. Daoist Feng Qing could not help but sigh. Raising his head, above his head was a huge blood-red diagram under the demon subduing pagoda. On it, 8 blood-red divine dragons formed the word annihilation. In this sea of blood, it appeared even more ferocious and terrifying. Daoist Feng Qing had a premonition that once he was hit by the Annihilation Dragon Seal, both sides would definitely suffer. However, this also allowed him to see Long Chen's limits. Using all your strength to dissolve my Tai Ching wheel can only mean that this is your limit. Daoist Feng Qing said indifferently. He did not need to risk his life against Long Chen. Therefore, at this moment, with a wave of his hand, the spinning and tearing Tai Ching wheel suddenly returned to his head. Coincidentally, at this moment, it collided with the demon-subduing pagoda. This time, the commotion was huge. The seawater shook. Countless seawater from the Sea of Blood, along with the demon-subduing pagoda, were thrown into the clouds. Countless more, along with Daoist Feng Qing, were pressed into the depths of the sea. Therefore, at that moment, a huge hole appeared where Long Chen was. But very quickly, this hole was filled up by the seawater. Chapter 2949. In the endless sea of blood below, a ray of starlight flashed. Seeing that ray of starlight, Long Chen's heart palpitated slightly. He had a feeling that Daoist Feng Qing wanted to rely on this rule to truly crush him, so that he would not even have the time to resist and would be directly defeated and eliminated. Perhaps, this was the strongest move that Daoist Feng Qing could display. That ray of starlight made Long Chen's hair stand on end. For a moment, it was as if the entire world was silent. Even the chaotic and surging sea of blood seemed to have lost all sound. The only thing that could be heard was the ray of starlight that seemed to tear everything apart. Ding, ding, ding. That sound was extremely clear. But, it was also like the sound of a death bell. It was just a short moment, but it made Long Chen feel like it had been a very, very long time. Before the sword arrived, it had already brought Long Chen the murderous intent of death. At that moment, he was already suffocating. He doesn't want to waste any more time. This time, I might win, but if I were to avoid it, obviously, Daoist Feng Qing had absolute confidence in himself. That was why he placed all of his hopes on this sword, in order to completely crush Long Chen. This feeling, his life seemed to be no longer in his hands. Long Chen could not help but tremble. He was very clear that even the Karma Thorn could not help him escape from this crisis. His only option now seemed to be to crush the Death World's blood pearl and escape. He did not have much time left. But to him, he could not leave. If he left, then he would truly fall into the hands of Di Jun. But, there was not much time to think. He was still as decisive as when he faced the previous crisis. Why are you giving me such a crisis of death? You are not stronger than me. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes shone with an indomitable will and countless boldness. He was fighting with his life on the line. There was no way out, he could only charge forward. He had to thank Daoist Feng Qing for giving him such a death threat. He was just like Imo Shaolang, defying the heavens and changing his fate. This was the first time that Long Chen had used that mysterious and unpredictable law of fate on him when he was facing the threat of death. It was as if this was the true effect of defying the heavens and changing fate. A hazy white light descended onto his forehead and instantly enveloped his entire body. In that instant, Long Chen felt like he was about to explode. He could hear the earth-shattering changes in his body, and he could feel his strength swelling and his consciousness soaring. This was a feeling that Imo Shaolang had experienced twice before, and that was defying the heavens and changing his fate. At this moment, Daoist Feng Qing was the heavens, and under the suppression of his killing intent, Long Chen defied the heavens. Rumble. When he defied the heavens and changed his fate, Daoist Feng Qing burst out from the seawater below. That speck of starlight was the killing sword of the great Tao in his hand. At this moment, a storm swept through Daoist Feng Qing's eyes. Killing tribulation of the great Tao. The sword pierced through. That jade-green sword light seemed to have descended from the heavens, like a world-ending calamity. The sharpest point was still a dot of starlight, but it was also the entire world. It was a calamity of destruction. The grand pure law. The killing tribulation of the great Tao was filled with killing intent. Whoosh. It pierced towards Long Chen. The crisis of death caused even the two female emperors to be moved. They knew that Daoist Feng Qing was terrifying, but they did not expect him to be this terrifying. That killing tribulation of the great Tao, if they were touched by it, they would be turned into ashes, let alone resist it. Terrifying. They patted their chests and watched this scene nervously. In their eyes, a strange white light was shining on Long Chen's body. In that instant, a divine dragon replaced Long Chen's position. Divine Wei Heart Refining Dragon. The judgment sword on his forehead shone with white light. It seemed to be very slow, but it pierced the killing tribulation of the great Tao. Thorn of Karma. The Thorn of Karma after changing fate. In terms of divine power, Taoist Feng Qing completely suppressed it. In terms of rules, the killing tribulation of the great Tao was one of the more powerful ones among the Grand Pure Law. He was confident, so he poured everything into this murderous catastrophe of the Great Path in order to completely defeat Long Chen. But he did not expect Long Chen to be able to defy the heavens and change his fate so much. Even though his divine power was far inferior, he still managed to block it with his rule power. The Thorn of Karma actually shattered the killing tribulation of the Great Tao. That mysterious power even penetrated Taoist Feng Qing's body. Although it was much weaker, it still caused Taoist Feng Qing's killing sword of the Great Tao to slip out of his hand. Looking up, Long Chen had already disappeared. Impossible. The killing tribulation of the Great Tao that he relied on the most was actually miraculously broken by the other party at the moment when he was most confident. He saw the sharpest sword light with his own eyes. The rules were shattered before his eyes. Nothing is impossible. Suddenly, Long Chen appeared behind him. Just as Taoist Feng Qing turned his head in shock, the longevity grass wrapped around Taoist Feng Qing's body with a whoosh, binding him tightly. Long Chen had injected a huge amount of power into the longevity grass, completely locking it in place. The longevity grass brought extreme pain. Taoist Feng Qing grunted and gritted his teeth. He was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing, and he could not resist at all. At this moment, the sacrificial heaven spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. Without a word, he directly pierced it towards Taoist Feng Qing's chest. You lost, admit defeat. The sacrificial heaven spear did not have any intention of stopping. You. Taoist Feng Qing's face was full of pain and depression. He had lost too quickly, and he was really unwilling to accept it. In truth, when the killing sword of the Great Tao was broken, he still had the strength to fight. But Long Chen took the opportunity to use the longevity grass to lock him in place. Under the restraint of the longevity grass, all he could do was take out the Death World Blood Pearl. Losing to Long Chen, he was too unwilling to accept it. And he lost in such an inexplicable way. He had wanted to achieve great things, how could he be defeated so quickly? But the killing intent of the sacrificial heaven spear was no joke. With Long Chen's character, he would definitely not be courteous with Taoist Feng Qing. So, no matter how unwilling he was, when the sacrificial heaven spear reached his chest, Taoist Feng Qing, who was in so much pain and depression, roared angrily and crushed the Death World Blood Pearl. Then, he turned into a ray of blood light and soared into the sky, disappearing in front of Long Chen. That longevity grass lost its target and fell down, and was caught by Long Chen. Only then did the surrounding people calm down. Ah! Taoist Feng Qing grimaced in pain. He suddenly appeared in the blood spirit abyss. He was not injured, but the pain was still there, and it would take a while for it to disappear. That longevity grass was simply a treasure to torture people. Phew, Taoist Feng Qing could not help but heave a sigh of relief that he did not die in battle. 13th Junior Brother. Taoist Xian Qing instantly appeared beside him. The people of the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace and the Shang Pure Heavenly Palace also looked over. Taoist Feng Qing found that there were already more than 20 deity emperors who had come out of the death world. But in terms of ultimate deity emperors, he was the first to be eliminated. Senior Brother. Taoist Feng Qing took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Taoist Xian Qing. But the people on the deity emperor list who sent you out shouldn't be from the 3 great heavenly palaces. We have instructed them not to do anything before the others are eliminated, Taoist Xian Qing said with concern. Taoist Xian Qing asked with concern. As he was the first ultimate deity emperor to be eliminated, the people in charge of the other two great heavenly palaces all came forward to show their concern. Not from the three great heavenly palaces. Daoist Feng Qing gritted his teeth. Just as Daoist Xian Qing asked which deity emperor it was, Daoist Feng Qing said reluctantly, "It's that. Long Chen." Him. Everyone was shocked. Daoist Xian Qing said, "He only defeated the fire cloud evil god together. I didn't expect that he could fight alone to such an extent. No wonder Di Jun was so anxious to kill him. This man is really a peerless genius. 13th brother, please tell us what happened." Daoist Feng Qing thought it was a humiliation, but no one seemed to think so. Instead, they all felt that they had underestimated Long Chen. Daoist Feng Qing briefly described what happened. He even broke the Great Path Tribulation. Daoist Xian Qing said thoughtfully. Daoist Feng Qing looked around and asked, "Senior brother, where are Di Jun and the shady heavenly regional lord?" Daoist Xian Qing said, "After you went in, the two of them left the third heaven and had a great battle outside. Di Jun became famous after that battle. Although he couldn't defeat the hierarch of the Dark Heaven Domain, the battle lasted for a long time, and the Dark Heaven Domain Lord couldn't do anything to him. No wonder he's the strongest divine emperor. Even the divine lords couldn't do anything to him." Daoist Feng Qing was speechless. And then? Di Jun is still around the third heaven, and the shady heavenly regional lord should have left. It seems that he has given up on fighting Di Jun. Di Jun must be very capable to make the shady heavenly regional lord give up. Hearing that, Daoist Feng Qing smiled and said, "After offending such an opponent, Long Chen won't be able to survive in the death world no matter how hard he tries. Maybe. They are both people who defied the natural order. It's hard to say who will win." Daoist Xian Qing smiled faintly and then closed his eyes. The blood sea gradually calmed down. With such a great commotion, a large number of experts would arrive soon. "Let's split up and run." The two goddess emperors watched the battle from the beginning to the end. From the Great Path Tribulation to the victory, it only took a moment. The most soul-stirring moment left the two of them dumbfounded, and their faces instantly turned pale. Now, even if they split up, they were still trembling and couldn't speak. "Run." Long Chen smiled. He suddenly moved, broke through the layers of blood sea, and instantly caught up with one of them. Without saying a word, he wrapped the longevity grass around the god emperor and tied her up. No matter how much she cried in pain, he still dragged her to the other one. It didn't take long for him to catch up with her, and then he used the longevity grass to tie her up as well. The two goddess emperors looked pitiful under the longevity grass, but they were also very attractive. However, Long Chen wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Moreover, the two of them were crying and didn't look like god emperors at all. It seemed that the god emperors cultivated by the three heavenly palaces weren't very capable. "Forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose. Please don't blame me. Please forgive me. Don't kill me." The two of them looked at Long Chen with tears on their faces. Long Chen didn't say anything. The longevity grass alone was enough to make them twitch in pain. "I saved your lives, but I didn't ask you to find someone to kill me. Slap yourselves. You won't stop until I say so." Long Chen said indifferently. "Slap yourselves, and you can make us leave, but you won't let us leave this death realm." The other one asked nervously. "Of course." Long Chen smiled. The two women looked at each other, and when Long Chen undid the bindings on their hands, they quickly pulled themselves up. Harder. Slap, 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 slap. Strange sounds rang out at the bottom of the sea. Until the two women's faces were swollen. Long Chen suddenly condensed a sword of time in his hand and stabbed at them. "Where are your blood pearls of the death realm?" The two women's faces were pale. "Didn't you say you would let us go?" they asked mournfully. Chapter 2950. For such a person, it was better to directly eliminate him. Since they were destined to be eliminated, the two divine emperors threw caution to the wind. Even though their faces were red and swollen, they still cursed and scolded Yi Futian viciously. They cursed. Do you really think you outsiders can get something from the three heavenly palaces? What a joke. So what if you get it? Can you keep it? Even if you get the ghost blood curse and get out of the death rain, do you really think we will leave the treasure in your hands? Your existence is just an attempt by the elders to make us more vigilant, to make this game more lively. You don't know how high the heavens are. Let me tell you, I have already used the heavenly talisman to spread the news that you have eliminated Martial Uncle Feng Qing. Now, you will be hunted down by hundreds of divine emperors. Even those on the divine emperor board dare not eliminate the ultimate divine emperors of the three heavenly palaces. You have guts. The two of them prepared the death world's blood beads. After saying their piece, they felt much better and crushed the death world's blood beads. They were eliminated. Once they were outside, they would definitely speak ill of Long Chen. Long Chen would not give up on the ghost blood curse just because of what they said. On the contrary, his desire to obtain the ghost blood curse grew stronger. Because the ghost blood curse was the only thing that could tell Long Chen where the ancestral star was. After defeating Daoist Feng Qing, Yi Futian quickly left the battlefield. Just like what that woman said, the three heavenly palaces will probably treat me as a formidable opponent. This is unavoidable. The ghost blood curse still depended on luck. Long Chen continued to move forward in the deep sea. Relying on his perception of the slaughter rules of order, he searched for traces of the ghost blood curse. He had a hunch that although he was not a disciple of the three heavenly palaces, he should be able to find the location of the ghost blood curse. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Still nothing. Right now, I'm still a little weak. If I can break through to the perfect realm Divine King realm, I won't have to be afraid of the experts on the Divine Emperor list. Now that I'm ready, I can almost break through to the perfect realm Divine King realm. However, most of the people around me are from the three heavenly palaces, so I can't devour them. Right now, he was more eager to have that kind of power. In that case, his chances of obtaining the ghost blood curse in the death world would be much higher. In the process of advancing in the blood sea, Long Chen came across quite a few blood beasts that the disciples of the three heavenly palaces had mentioned. All of them had the heads of dragons and the bodies of beasts, and their bodies were extremely huge. Most importantly, they were all made up of the seawater of the dead realm. Although they looked dead, their combat strength was actually comparable to that of a divine emperor. It was really incredible. For example, the giant horse galloping in the sea in front of Long Chen was one such example. It was a blood-colored beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Its strength was not inferior to that of the dragon turtle from before, but its speed was several times faster. If other divine emperors encountered it, they might just turn around and flee. At the very least, ordinary divine emperors would not be able to finish off this dragon horse without expending a lot of effort. Just like the previous time, the two primordial divine emperors were indeed forced to the point that they did not even have the strength to fight back against the dragon turtle. Moreover, they were unable to defeat this seemingly undying monster. Therefore, when those divine emperors encountered these behemoths in the sea, they would basically avoid them. Even the experts on the divine emperor list did the same. After all, they had to conserve their strength. Long Chen pondered for a long time, but he could not figure out what secrets this dragon horse had. Forget it. An annihilation dragon seal appeared on Long Chen's palm. When the dragon horse charged at him, he pressed his palm on its head. The dragon horse stirred up endless seawater, but it collapsed at the last moment. It transformed into a boundless sea of blood before Long Chen's eyes, sending Long Chen flying. After dealing with the dragon horse that was blocking his path, Long Chen continued advancing. In fact, during this process, he encountered quite a number of disciples from the three heavenly palaces. There were even people from outside the three heavenly palaces. However, Long Chen was usually the first to discover them. Therefore, he usually avoided them. He could not be bothered to cross swords with them to prevent himself from offending them. Typically, he would not offend others if they did not offend him. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, the seawater that had once condensed the dragon horse behind him suddenly condensed again. It's not dead. Long Chen turned back in shock. Could it be that this dragon horse was still alive after being struck by the annihilation dragon seal? Long Chen turned around and saw that only a small portion of the sea of blood was condensing. However, what was condensing was not a dragon horse, but a human figure. This greatly shocked Long Chen, and he became vigilant as he looked at the human figure that was gradually appearing. Long Chen. When this voice appeared and the human figure called out to him, Long Chen vaguely felt that this indifferent voice was very familiar. In an instant, a person that made his hair stand on end appeared in his mind. As if to confirm his conjecture, the sea of blood suddenly congealed in front of him. However, this time, it wasn't a blood fiend, but a real person. He had hair, skin, limbs, and so on. He was a living person, but in essence, he was no different from the blood fiends. He was Diyu, and he was also an Era Sky Fiend. Seeing him, Long Chen could not help but take a step back. Era Sky Fiend was different. Two parts of him had undergone huge changes. One was his eyes, and the other was his long hair. These two parts had now turned blood red, and became strange and demonic. That blood red yet calm gaze made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Why are you like this? He was trapped in the death rain. Why would he appear in front of him in such a way? What was his relationship with the death rain? For a moment, a lot of questions appeared in Long Chen's mind. Long time no see. Era Sky Fiend smiled faintly. Even so, he was still the same as before. Even though Long Chen was his enemy and had taken revenge on a large number of his people, he still did not change his expression, as if he was an old friend. The Era Sky Fiend, who was connected to the Blood Sea, circled around Long Chen. His blood-red long hair fluttered in the water, which was very strange. He maintained a faint smile at all times and said, "Why am I like this? I don't know myself. This is a wonderful change. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for sending me here." Long Chen looked at him with great vigilance. If there was anyone in the death rain that worried Long Chen the most, it was not the experts on the Divine Emperor list from the 3 heavenly palaces, but this Era Sky Fiend, the former overlord of time. Why? Under such circumstances, he had to know as much as he could about him. However, Era Sky Fiend did not act according to his plan. He still smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I was planning to take advantage of the time when they were playing here and snatch a blood bead to get out. I did not expect you to come here. It seems that there is no need for me to go out." He had been sealed on the Devil's Star for too long and just happened to break free, but he was trapped in the death rain by Long Chen. What he wanted most was to get out of here alive. An idea came to Long Chen and he said, "Don't you want to find Di Jun for revenge? He is outside the death rain. You can go and find him. Let them fight each other. That would be great." However, Era Sky Fiend was not so easy to fool. He still smiled and stared at Long Chen, saying, "I know what you said. But there is an order to revenge. I know that Demon Hua is with you, so you have to return her to me first. Then, according to the previous agreement, you will become my subordinate or be killed by me. After this is done, it will not be too late for me to go out and deal with Di Jun." At this point, Era Sky Fiend stopped. His body began to turn into seawater again and converged into the endless sea. Gradually, only his head was left. "Long Chen, my true body is still quite a distance away from you. I'm currently heading towards you. You can think about it during this period of time. Do you want to return Devil Hua to me? Do you want to pledge allegiance to me or die? It's up to you. I still love you, so don't let me down." As he spoke, his neck began to melt, then his mouth and eyes, until they all disappeared in front of Long Chen. Everything became empty. Long Chen's beating heart finally stopped. That is to say, I still do not know how powerful his so-called real body is. But how could he condense such a body in the death rain and appear in front of me? How could he find my location? What happened to him in the death rain? There was Jun outside and Era Sky Fiend inside. It seemed that both front and back were dead ends. Fortunately, Era Sky Fiend was different from Jun. Jun was determined to kill him and would not show any mercy. Era Sky Fiend was still so strange. He still wanted to control Long Chen. Perhaps he saw the potential that others could not, which belonged to Long Chen. But this time, Era Sky Fiend would not be the same as last time. Moreover, he was already in the death rain. How could Long Chen swallow him into the death rain? This was undoubtedly a big problem. Chapter 2951. The epic Sky Fiend was a huge problem. This problem extinguished Long Chen's enthusiasm for the ghost blood curse. The most difficult thing was that he didn't know anything about the epic Sky Fiend. He already knew that he was a demon emperor. After being freed from the demon star, he was extremely weak. He was even defeated by Long Chen and swallowed into the death rain by Long Chen. He had no idea what happened to him in the death rain and why he was like this. Is it possible that he intentionally entered the death world back then? Long Chen suddenly thought of this and felt his hair stand on end. When he saw the epic Sky Fiend's current situation, he felt that it was very possible. This monster definitely knew many things that Long Chen didn't know. He still remembered what this guy had said on the epic divine worship. Back then, in Long Chen's heart, the epic Sky Fiend was synonymous with terror. Even now, it was like a nightmare. If he entered the death rain on purpose, then he will undoubtedly be even more difficult to deal with. Perhaps he has already undergone a huge transformation in the death rain. Moreover, the fact that he could appear before me so easily means that he has a certain level of control over this place. He even knows my current strength, but he is still not worried at all. It was very likely that when his true body arrived, it would be an unprecedented challenge for Long Chen. But even so, Long Chen was not willing to go out and challenge Jun, so be it. If it really doesn't work, I'll just go out. Perhaps I can escape. However, I have to try to obtain the ghost blood curse before the epic Sky Fiend arrives. That way, I have a much greater chance of dealing with him. After all, the ghost blood curse can kill the other party if I injure him. After pondering for a while, Long Chen made up his mind. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being afraid. I have to figure out the secret of the death rain. Temporarily putting aside the matter of the epic Sky Fiend, Long Chen continued on his way. In his god nation, everyone was also working in an orderly manner. All of them were fighting to build a new perfect world. 10 days passed. Until now, there is still no trace of the ghost blood curse. Long Chen met a few more deity emperors along the way. At the same time, he also encountered some fights between the 3 major celestial palaces and others. The 3 major celestial palaces were very united. They had the advantage in numbers and were decisive in their attacks. Even though most of them were primordial deity emperors, they still had the upper hand. After a few battles, other than the 3 major celestial palaces, there were only a few ultimate deity emperors left. Moreover, most of them were alone. Long Chen was just one of the people being chased. Of course, most people were still carefully searching for the ghost blood curse. Long Chen sped up. After all, if Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend came, he wouldn't have much time left. He darted around, searching. Suddenly, he felt as if he had entered a strange zone. He stopped in his tracks. At first, he thought that this was a strange place in the death world. But soon, he felt that this was man-made. He must have walked into a very well-hidden array diagram, and this array diagram actually had god power flowing around it. Someone is ambushing me. Long Chen instantly realized it. But it seemed that it was too late to escape. Just as he realized it, the ground beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Just below his feet, an incomparably huge 8 trigrams array diagram with a diameter of at least tens of thousands of meters appeared. God power surged. If he was right, this should be a destinable divine weapon. Of course, it was a primordial chaos-grade destinable divine weapon. After all, experts with eternal-grade destinable divine weapons couldn't enter. On this 8 trigrams array diagram, 8 directions rotated and changed constantly. It spat out 8 majestic forces, locking Long Chen firmly on this 8 trigrams array diagram. He couldn't move at all. To be able to do this, only an ultimate deity emperor could do it. The 8 directions were like 8 worlds that pressed down on Long Chen. Among them, there was heaven, earth, endless mountains, endless oceans, flame, lightning, and storm. Below his feet was an endless swamp. Long Chen was deeply trapped in these 8 worlds. Up, down, left, and right, he was forcefully restrained. However, this 8 trigrams array diagram's strongest point was its concealment ability. After all, even if Long Chen came here, he still couldn't discover it. 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. Seeing this 8 trigrams array diagram, Long Chen recalled what Divine Emperor Yu Hua had told him. There was an ultimate deity emperor from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. The reason why he introduced this person to Long Chen was that this 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was a figure on the Divine Emperor list. He was ranked 93rd on the Divine Emperor list. Compared to Great Emperor Yu Hua, he was slightly behind. However, he was undoubtedly much stronger than Daoist Fengqing. Defeating Daoist Fengqing was already Long Chen's limit. Now, he was trapped by his destinable divine weapon, 8 trigrams array diagram. 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord had 3 extremely famous destinable divine weapons. They were extremely powerful. When used together, they were infinitely close to an eternal grade destinable divine weapon. They were 8 trigrams array diagram, 8 trigrams sword, and 8 trigrams saber. Show yourself. Long Chen calmed down. It was obvious that his opponent was coming for him. Indeed, there were people rushing up from the depths of the sea. After passing through the 8 trigrams array diagram, 3 people appeared in front of Long Chen. It wasn't the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord himself. The one in the middle was dressed in a snow-white 8 trigrams Daoist robe. His silver hair was neatly combed. He was handsome and elegant. His eyes were cold and gloomy. He radiated 8 kinds of divine power. He was the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord, ranked 93rd on the Divine Emperor list. In terms of aura, he completely surpassed Daoist Fengqing. This made Long Chen understand that this enemy had already surpassed his limits. Not to mention that there were 2 helpers around him. Moreover, these 2 helpers were ultimate deity emperors. The one on the left had a much different temperament from the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. She was an old woman in a blood-red robe. She was thin and stooped. Most of her blood-red hair had fallen off. Many of her withered teeth had fallen off. However, there were still 4 teeth that were as sharp as beasts. Her eyes, however, were filled with blood-red light. This person was obviously not from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. And this old woman was probably from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. This time, she was under the command of the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord to help him find the ghost blood curse. Otherwise, she would have been defeated and eliminated by the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. The one on the right was relatively ordinary, but he was also an ultimate deity emperor. He should be from the demon clan. However, judging from his attire, he was also from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. He was probably a deity emperor from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace who had a close relationship with the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. Like the old woman in the blood-red robe, he was probably no weaker than Daoist Fengqing and evil god Fire Cloud. Long Chen, I've finally caught you. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord revealed a cold smile. It was just a sneak attack. What's there to be proud of? Long Chen replied calmly. Next to him, the old woman in the blood-red robe said in a sharp voice, "You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. You humiliated the Heavenly Lord's disciple and even ran amok in the death rain. Where is the Heavenly Lord's face? Speaking up to this point, she looked at the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord with a burning gaze and said, Heavenly Lord, leave this guy to me. After drinking his blood, my strength will improve again. When that happens, I'll be able to help you obtain the ghost blood curse. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord did not like her. From his expression, if it were not for the ghost blood curse, he would not have come into contact with this old woman. He said, up to you. However, I have to say a few words to this Long Chen. It seemed that they thought that the 8 trigrams diagram had completely locked Long Chen down. Drink my blood. This was the first time Long Chen had heard someone say that to him. Because normally, he was the one refining others. At this time, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord said, my disciples said that you humiliated them, lied to them, slapped them, and eliminated them. There's nothing you wouldn't do. Is that right? Only then did Long Chen know that one of the 2 goddess emperors was from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. She was the disciple of the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. Long Chen laughed. You know your disciple's temperament better than I do. There's no need to verify it with me. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord smiled and said, if that's the case, I'll take it that they're telling the truth. Since you dared to humiliate the people of the 3 great heavenly palaces, even if I kill you in the battle of the death world, it's reasonable. No one will look into it. As it turned out, he wanted to kill Long Chen, but he cared about his reputation. After all, he could have eliminated Long Chen, but he still wanted to kill him. It was a bit too much. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord pointed to the old woman beside him. You might not know this one. She's called the Bloodthirsty Lightning Mother, an ultimate god emperor of my Jade Pure Heaven. Together with the Fire Cloud Evil God of the Grand Pure Heaven, they're known as the Evil God Ghost Mother. She'll end your life. The process might be a bit painful, but consider it your punishment. Our 3 heavenly palaces are not a place that just anyone can offend. At this point, he nodded at the Bloodthirsty Lightning Mother. You woo, let's wait on the side. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord said to the other God Emperor, and the 2 of them stepped back. They probably didn't want to see this bloody scene. But in fact, to prevent Long Chen from escaping, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was still doing his best to control the 8 trigrams diagram, so that Long Chen couldn't move or crush the death rain blood bead. After hearing her grievances from his disciple, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord lost face, so he looked for Long Chen. Finally, he found Long Chen. Then, he laid a trap and waited for Long Chen to take the bait. How ruthless. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the Bloodthirsty Lightning Mother had been waiting for this moment. Her ugly mouth cracked open, and she couldn't stop laughing. At this moment, blood-colored lightning coiled around her body as she approached Long Chen. My little sweetheart, don't move. Let me slowly enjoy this feast of yours. Don't be afraid. It won't be painful at all. You'll feel like you're with your lover. Chapter 2952. The Bloodthirsty Lightning Queen was truly disgusting. Especially when she came closer, looking at her wrinkled face, her broken teeth, and her sinister smile, she was even more disgusting. But no matter what, she was an ultimate god emperor, and was equally famous as the Fire Cloud Evil God. Moreover, Long Chen was still under the control of the 8 trigrams formation. He tried a few times, but it would take some effort to break free from the 8 trigrams formation. At this time, the Bloodthirsty Lightning Queen couldn't wait any longer. It swaggered in front of him and grinned. What a rare delicacy. I can see that you've only been born for a short period of time. Your blood is really fresh. She was surrounded by numerous blood-colored lightning bolts, and as she approached Long Chen, the lightning bolts wrapped around Long Chen's body. Unexpectedly, the lightning's rule was not to explode or split, but to paralyze and restrain Long Chen. When he was entangled by the lightning, he quickly lost all feeling in his body, making it difficult for him to control it. This was a double blow from two ultimate god emperors. In this way, you won't be able to escape. The bloodthirsty Lightning Queen cackled as if she was enjoying a delicacy. She used the blood-colored lightning to wrap around Long Chen like a dumpling. Feast of gluttony. The bloodthirsty Lightning Queen laughed and suddenly pounced on Long Chen. Long Chen was currently fighting against the 8 trigrams formation with all his might, and had no time or energy to deal with this fellow. Her scrawny, hunched body pressed against Long Chen's body. She bared her sharp teeth, and without a word, she was about to bite down on Long Chen's neck. Blood, warm divine blood. The bloodthirsty Lightning Queen's laughter traveled far. 8 trigrams Heaven Lord and Emperor Yu Miao smiled faintly at this scene. They could not be bothered to watch. Poochie. The teeth pierced into Long Chen's body, and he felt a stinging pain. This bloodthirsty electric queen was really quite capable. It could actually swallow Long Chen's divine dragon blood. For a moment, Long Chen was very depressed. He understood that if this continued, he might really be finished off by this bloodthirsty electric queen. And it was a tragic death. Therefore, he used almost all of his strength. At this moment, he was in the midst of transforming and using his mystical dragon body to open the 8 trigrams array. He just didn't know if he would open it first, or if the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen would devour him completely first. Delicious, delicious. The bloodthirsty Lightning Queen screamed in excitement. She couldn't bear to swallow it all at once. You're courting death. Long Chen looked at her coldly. Although the heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation was powerful, it was impossible for it to completely suppress and trap Long Chen. He was about to break through the heavenly cycle 8 trigrams formation. When that happened, the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen would be so close to him, and it would depend on whether she could block Long Chen's attack. Clearly, the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen was completely defenseless. She was very confident in her control of the 8 trigrams Heaven Lord and her lightning rules. Just as Long Chen was about to go all out to support the heavenly cycle 8 trigrams array, a delicate shout suddenly came from afar, "Stop!" It seemed to be Divine Emperor Yu Hua's voice. Sure enough, Divine Emperor Yu Hua appeared in the endless sea of blood. When his voice came, he was already in front of Long Chen. Behind him was Great Emperor Yu Hua, who was chasing after him. It seemed that he was quite angry. At this moment, they had already seen the situation. Although Great Emperor Yu Hua ranked higher than the 8 trigrams Heaven Lord on the Divine Emperor list, he was from the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace, after all. It was not worth offending him for Long Chen. Therefore, when Great Emperor Yu Hua saw him, he hurriedly said, "Yu Hua, don't be a busybody and offend the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace." Before he finished speaking, Divine Emperor Yu Hua attacked the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. He knew that Long Chen was currently under the control of the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord. As long as the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was distracted, Long Chen would be able to break free and escape the poisonous mouth of the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen. Yu Hua. With such a sister, Great Emperor Yu Hua was really going crazy. You too, you have guts to attack me. It seems that you are going all out. By the way, Yu Hua, I have wanted to challenge you for a long time to swap our positions on the Divine Emperor list. Today is the perfect opportunity. The 8 trigrams Heaven Lord thought highly of himself. He gave Yu Wu a look, asking him to stop Divine Emperor Yu Hua, while he went past Divine Emperor Yu Hua and charged at Great Emperor Yu Hua. He did not give Great Emperor Yu Hua a chance to defend himself. To be honest, even without Long Chen, he would still attack Great Emperor Yu Hua. The people from the 3 heavenly palaces were here to chase Great Emperor Yu Hua and the others out. In particular, the person that the 8 trigrams Heaven Lord wanted to challenge the most was Great Emperor Yu Hua. After all, Great Emperor Yu Hua was the one in the death reign, and the one closest to him. He did not feel comfortable being suppressed by someone who was not from the 3 heavenly palaces. Therefore, in the face of the 8 trigrams Heaven Lord's fierce attack, Great Emperor Yu Hua was helpless. Electra Lady, don't let Long Chen escape. Since Great Emperor Yu Hua had appeared, Long Chen was secondary. Therefore, during the battle, the 8 trigrams Heaven Lord actually put away the 8 trigrams Heaven formation and focused on Great Emperor Yuehua. The 2 super experts on the Divine Emperor list fought fiercely. For Divine Emperor Yuehua, she only needed to stop Yu Wu. She naturally knew that it was too difficult to trap Long Chen with just the bloodthirsty Electro Lady. For Long Chen, Divine Emperor Yuhua's appearance was like a ray of hope. He was instantly freed from the 8 trigrams Heaven formation. Don't even think of escaping. The bloodthirsty Electro Lady cackled. Boom. She was devouring Long Chen's divine blood. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly transformed into the divine Dao heart refining dragon, far exceeding the bloodthirsty Electro Lady's control. It was a huge mistake for the bloodthirsty Electro Lady to get so close to him. Stab of karma. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to be polite with this old witch. Since she was so close and had almost sucked away his dragon blood, Long Chen used the stab of karma. The bloodthirsty Electro Lady still refused to give up. To her, Long Chen was just too delicious. She hadn't expected the stab of karma to be so terrifying. Fire Cloud Heretic God had been defeated here, and so had she. Under the attack of the stab of karma, her divine body had been directly pierced. The strange power of karma was irresistible. No matter how strong her god body was, it would collapse. Especially for a person like the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen who had done many evil deeds, karma was retribution. She couldn't stop it. Extermination Dragon Seal. The divine Dao heart refining dragon instantly wrapped around the bloodthirsty Electro Lady and transformed into the ancient bloodthirsty spiritual dragon. The appearance of the blood-colored divine dragon in the sea of blood was like adding wings to a tiger. Long Chen extended his dragon claws and directly imprinted the extermination dragon seal on the bloodthirsty Electro Lady's head. Arg! In that instant, the bloodthirsty Electro Lady had already realized that her life was in danger. She didn't want to die here. In her shock, she hurriedly took out the Death World blood bead. Just as she was about to crush it, Long Chen's ancient bloodthirsty spiritual dragon divine body wrapped around her tightly, and the extermination dragon seal directly pressed down on her head. Her divine soul was completely destroyed. The heavily injured bloodthirsty Electro Lady couldn't block the extermination dragon seal. Blood Devour. The bloodthirsty Electro Lady had originally wanted to devour Long Chen's divine blood. Now, the tables had turned, and Long Chen had refined it, turning it into the purest divine power source. Then, it was converted by the Chaos Essence Sutra into Chaos Essence Divine Power. The flesh and blood essence of an ultimate god emperor was actually rather large for a primordial godly king like Long Chen. After more than 20 years of accumulation, he had long been on the verge of a breakthrough. The pure power of the bloodthirsty Electro Lady became his final breakthrough power. As he absorbed it, he rushed towards the perfected godly king realm. Long Chen had long known that he would enter the perfected godly king realm in the death world. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Of course, those who were fighting beside him didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The bloodthirsty Electro Lady and the Fire Cloud Heretic God weren't far apart, but Long Chen had killed it so quickly. This was simply an unbelievable miracle. Long Chen had the means to kill ultimate god emperors. That was the Karma Thorn and the Extermination Dragon Seal. Therefore, as long as he found that opportunity, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. In particular, the bloodthirsty Electro Lady was intoxicated by his dragon blood and couldn't bear to part with it. That was why she was so quickly killed before she could even crush the Death World Blood Pearl. Before she died, the bloodthirsty Electro Lady never thought that she would die in the Death World. After all, there weren't many experts in this world who couldn't even crush the Death World Blood Pearl, and it definitely wasn't Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was surrounded by a sea of blood, and a whirlpool formed around him. 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord and the others couldn't see him clearly, but they could feel that his cultivation was expanding. He actually had a breakthrough. Everyone was stunned. Even Great Empress Yuehua found it hard to believe. She and 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord were about to fight, but they stopped because of Long Chen's performance. Seeing that Long Chen was safe, Divine Emperor Yu Hua couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. She gave up on her opponent and headed straight for Long Chen. She wanted to see if Long Chen was injured or not. Rumble. The sea of blood around them shook. A black-clothed, red-robed young man with messy hair dashed out from the depths of the blood sea and stood in front of Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Divine Emperor Yu Hua revealed a knowing smile as he looked at the young man who was even more powerful and uninjured. She was relieved. After being nervous for so long, she finally saw that he was safe and sound. Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up well. Long Chen thanked him sincerely. Nice words, but you wouldn't even give me a kiss. Although God Emperor Yu Hua said those angry words, he was actually smiling. Long Chen didn't know how to deal with her. He turned his head and saw 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord's scorching gaze on him. You killed the bloodthirsty Electro Lady. So what? Long Chen had just gained a surge of power and made up for his weakness in strength. The way he looked at 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord had changed. Chapter 2953. Relying on the power of the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen, Long Chen made the final push and stepped into the Great Circle of Ancient God Realm. Great Circle Divine King. What it brought was naturally a sharp increase in combat power. Because every time, his divine origin power had always been a shortcoming, especially when facing ultimate divine emperors. After this shortcoming was made up for, Long Chen's overall combat power increased explosively. To be honest, he was most formidable in the aspect of laws. Different laws would display even more wondrous effects and increase his tyrannical lethality. After dealing with the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen, Yuehua Great Emperor and 8 trigram Heavenly Lord stopped fighting. Long Chen intercepted 8 trigram Heavenly Lord. He would not let such a good opponent go. My main purpose in entering the Death World is to fight against Dijun and Era Sky Demon. Dijun is first on the Divine Emperor list, while 8 trigram Heavenly Lord is 93rd. If I can't even challenge him, how can I survive Dijun's pursuit? Just like how the pressure from the Eternal God clan had allowed Long Chen to soar on the Divine King list. This time, he wanted to replicate the legend. Although he could not guarantee that it would be as glorious as last time, he only wanted to do his best to challenge. After all, he had a bigger mission. He could not let Dijun restrict his progress. This was an old enemy from the draconic sacrificial continent. Long Chen had had enough of him. Challenge me. 8 trigram Heavenly Lord thought he had heard a joke. He thought highly of himself. This time, he had come to challenge Yuehua Great Emperor. Unexpectedly, Long Chen jumped out at this time and said he wanted to challenge him. Although Long Chen killing the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen shocked him, he still subconsciously thought that Long Chen was a pitiful junior being chased by Dijun, 8 trigram Heavenly Lord. You should have the guts. Long Chen said lightly, angering 8 trigram Heavenly Lord. I quit. If Divine Emperor Yu Hua had not intervened, Yuehua Great Emperor would not have bothered to fight 8 trigram Heavenly Lord. It was a thankless task. She had to put her energy into fighting for the ghost blood curse. Don't go. I'll fight you after I've dealt with this brat. Today, I'm going to trample on you. 8 trigram Heavenly Lord said coldly to Yuehua Great Emperor. God Emperor Yuehua didn't want to leave and Great Emperor Yuehua couldn't leave either. Seeing how excited God Emperor Yuehua was, Great Emperor Yuehua was furious. What are you waiting for? When this kid is killed, I won't allow you to do anything. What do you know? He doesn't have the confidence to challenge me. Divine Emperor Yuehua refuted her. His confident tone made Yuehua Great Emperor feel that she was crazy. She naturally didn't believe that Long Chen had the power to contend against her, Yuehua Great Emperor. Outside the Death World, at that time, she was still chasing Long Chen. Just as they finished speaking, 8 trigram Heavenly Lord couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Long Chen. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord emerged from his 8 trigrams Taoist robe and transformed into an 8 trigrams diagram above his head. Above his head, endless mountains, vast oceans, storms, lightning, and other worlds could be vaguely seen. This was his destinable divine artifact, Heavenly Cycle 8 trigrams diagram. In addition, a long sword condensed in his left hand. It was black and white, and looked like it was made of wood. It looked simple, but its sharpness was restrained. This was the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch's killing weapon, the Heaven Trigram Sword. In his right hand, there was a sword made of the same material as the Heavenly Cycle 8 trigrams sword. However, it was a saber and equally terrifying. That was Heavenly Cycle 8 trigram saber. Sword and saber diagram. It was the foundation of 8 trigram Heavenly Lord's fame. He had challenged the Divine Emperor list and advanced all the way to his current position. As long as it was on the Divine Emperor list, he would be ranked in the top 100. With a sword in his left hand and a saber in his right, the 8 trigrams diagram above his head spun. Now, 8 trigram Heavenly Lord's eyes were pure white and pure black. His face was expressionless and cold like a dead person, but his body was surging with divine power. Being challenged by Long Chen was an insult to him, so he was quite angry. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 8 trigram Heavenly Lord snorted coldly. All of a sudden, a sword stabbed at Long Chen with his left hand. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch wasn't going to be courteous with Long Chen. His move was simply his most superior law. Ordinary ultimate divine emperors wouldn't be able to block it at all. It was entirely possible for him to defeat his opponent in one move. Heavenly Cycle 8 trigram sword. The sword shadow stabbed out. Countless 8 trigrams diagram formed a column, forming a passage for the sword to pass through. Sword of the Heavenly Path. Merging the rule into the sword light was similar to Long Chen's. This was one of the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace's Jade Pure rules. The Sword of the Heavenly Path looked simple, but it actually possessed destructive power. Long Chen deeply realized that if 8 trigram Heavenly Lord had killed him right from the start, he wouldn't have been able to block this move and would have died. However, the bloodthirsty Lightning Queen gave Long Chen a chance. Now, his expression didn't change. With the god-slaying sword in his hand, 100,000 demonic soldiers flashed. Long Chen moved rapidly. The Sword of Time that he was most familiar with was completely condensed on the god-slaying sword. This breakthrough had caused the power of his Sword of Time to skyrocket. This was a rule that required power the most. When Long Chen's mixed divine power increased, the Sword of Time erupted with radiance. An incomparably radiant sword, fast and violent, pierced through time and instantly clashed with the Sword of the Heavenly Path. Chi, 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 the two swords merged, but the movement was very small. However, it had to be said that Long Chen, with the Sword of Time, had completely blocked the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord's all-out attack. Long Chen's performance this time was an eye-opener for 8 trigram Heavenly Lord, Great Emperor Yuehua, and Divine Emperor Yu Miao. They were extremely shocked, especially the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord, who knew that his sword just now had actually displayed the ultimate lethality. Impossible. Could it be that this Long Chen has already reached the same realm as me? 8 trigram Heavenly Lord was shocked. Just as he was thinking this, Long Chen smiled and said to him, Heavenly Lord, don't treat me as a junior. Just treat me as Great Emperor Yuehua. Show me your strongest move. If this goes on, I will easily defeat you and replace you on the Divine Emperor list. How dare you? 8 trigram Heavenly Lord was infuriated that Long Chen had so easily neutralized his attack, especially when he spoke in such a tone. However, Long Chen had truly reminded him, so at this time, he no longer put on a high and mighty attitude. Instead, he truly regarded Long Chen as a formidable opponent. Sword of the Heavenly Path. Demon Slayer from the heavens. This time, just as Long Chen's voice trailed off, the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord advanced at top speed. As his Taoist robe fluttered, he attacked continuously with both hands, unleashing a blade and a sword. This time, his attack was much more terrifying than before. The Sword of the Heavenly Path was even more ferocious, while the demon slayer from the heavens descended with great momentum. The black and white 8 trigrams illuminated the endless sea of blood. The enraged 8 trigram Heavenly Lord instantly put Long Chen in an extremely dangerous situation, causing everyone to worry for him. However, Long Chen was indeed not in a hurry. He still held the God Slayer in his hand and gathered the power of time. The Sword of Time was the fastest sword, and Long Chen was even faster. He unleashed 2 slashes. Clang, clang. The Sword of Time collided with the 2 rules of the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord. The tyrannical power of time penetrated once again, disintegrated the Sword of the Heavenly Path and the Demon Slayer, causing the rules of the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord to crumble and disappear in front of everyone's eyes. The dignified 8 trigram Heavenly Lord was forced to such an extent. It could be considered a different realm. I've said before, don't use these little tricks to fool me, alright? Long Chen grinned. Right now, he had enough confidence in his own battle prowess. Hearing this, the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord was going crazy. That was his killing move just now. Basically, other ultimate divine emperors would have been killed by it. However, after Long Chen easily blocked it, he actually called it a little trick. This was simply the most heartless insult to him. You. Just now, it was just a little anger. Now, it was monstrous anger. Up till now, he was actually provoked to this extent by this brat. You asked for it, the 8 trigram Heavenly Lord shouted angrily. At this time, the 8 trigram diagram had already descended in front of him. The 8 trigram Heavenly Lord quickly placed the Sky 8 trigram sword and the Sky 8 trigram saber on the 8 trigram diagram. The 8 trigram diagram shone brightly and actually twisted, wrapping around the saber and the sword. Then, it transformed and fused. Moreover, it contained the destructive power of the saber and sword. These 3 fortune divine weapons were simply marvelous. Chapter 2954. Not bad. Under the suppression of the 8 trigrams Heavenly Fist and the simultaneous attack of the 3 destinable divine weapons, Long Chen felt a terrifying sense of danger. This level of attack might seem easy to others, but against the likes of the Fire Cloud Heretic God or the bloodthirsty Electra Lady, they would not even have the chance to crush the Death World Blood Bead. It was not without reason that the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was ranked on the Divine Emperor list. Even Great Emperor Yuehua frowned deeply at such an attack. She was not worried for Long Chen, but she was thinking about how she would deal with the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord's rule when he challenged her in the future. Die. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord roared. One punch, suppression. In his eyes, Long Chen was already under his control with the power of the 8 trigrams diagram, unable to move. Just as Long Chen was about to be crushed, Long Chen unexpectedly broke free and transformed the god-slaying sword in his hand into a silvery white, icy spear. Even if you break free, what's the use? You will die for sure. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord laughed inwardly. After all, as long as he did not dispel his strongest state, such attacks would come wave after wave, and he would exhaust Long Chen to death. In his eyes, Long Chen was only pretending to be calm. At this moment, a light shadow condensed on Long Chen's left hand, and the spear in his right hand danced, leaving a series of afterimages. He lowered his head and suddenly leaped up. In that instant, he actually used the white ball of light in his hand to resist the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord's killing move. It looked ridiculous, but the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord could feel that it was a rule without any combat power. Although it was strange, it could not break this majestic move. He did not know that it was Long Chen's heaven-defying fate change. The most miraculous rule had once allowed Ji Taishu to dispel his eternal demon state, and had allowed the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang to split from 1 into 4. Any state that was forcibly combined would collapse under the heaven-defying fate change. Therefore, the most unbelievable situation had happened. When the 8 trigrams Heavenly Fist reached the ball of light, the light membrane on the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch, who was laughing heartily, suddenly exploded and reformed into the 8 trigrams Heavenly Sword, the 8 trigrams heavenly saber, and the 8 trigrams heavenly diagram, floating beside the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch. Because these 3 fortune divine weapons had been separated, the lethality of the previous attack had completely dissipated and disappeared. The powerful attack that the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch had been preparing had collapsed under Long Chen's fate-changing technique. This was an incredible scene. It was also the most shocking moment for the 8 trigrams heavenly lord. It was simply impossible for this to happen. Even Emperor Yuehua and the others were wondering how badly Long Chen would be injured under the suppression. This reversal was simply too great. But it didn't end there. No. The 8 trigrams heavenly monarch had been exposed to Long Chen after the 3 fortune divine artifacts he had relied on the most were disassembled. Now, he had run into Long Chen, who had made the best preparations. After destroying the 3 fortune divine artifacts, Huang Xiaolong raised his head and grinned at the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch. The heaven sacrificial spear that he had prepared a long time ago exploded. Stab of Karma. The heaven sacrificial spear was like a poisonous dragon drilling into the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch's chest. That was where the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch's law core was located. Even if the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch still had the strength to fight, when faced with such a crisis, especially the stab of karma, which had the strongest penetrative power, there was only one result. If Long Chen didn't stop, he would die. In a panic, the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch used his arm to block in front of his chest. Puchi. The stab of karma easily pierced through his arm, and its power didn't decrease in the slightest as it stabbed toward the law core. The 8 trigrams heavenly monarch used his arm to block. He knew the power of the stab of karma the best. He also knew that as long as he hesitated, the result would be death. Now, his mind was blank, and the only thing he could think of was the desire to survive. Long Chen. An angry roar resounded. At the last moment, the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch crushed the death world blood bead. His body turned into a blood-colored light and flew out of the death world, causing Long Chen's heaven sacrificial spear to miss. Bang! A large part of the blood sea in front of Long Chen was blasted away. An incomparably violent storm formed at the bottom of the blood sea. And in the storm, Long Chen held the heaven sacrificial spear and looked back. She immediately saw Divine Emperor Yu Hua's incomparably admiring eyes. She was drunk on the spot. Great Emperor Yuehua took a deep breath. Only she knew how shocked she was. But, even so, she didn't want to show it. But the depression was still firmly trapped in her heart. Now, she was most clear about one thing, and that was that this Long Chen was definitely a dangerous person. Even if he took the Long Chen grass, Great Emperor Yuehua was ready to admit it. She was now frightened by Long Chen. But such a dangerous person, she didn't want her sister to have a deep relationship with him. That was definitely not a good thing. Even if Long Chen didn't mean any harm, as long as Divine Emperor Yu Hua stayed with him, it would be quite dangerous. As the first expert to be eliminated from the Divine Emperor ranking, the 8 trigrams heavenly lord's face was simply pale when he came out. Moreover, Long Chen truly needed her intelligence and news. Otherwise, he would be like a headless fly, running around aimlessly. Of course. It's easier to do things with more people. Long Chen did not mind, but Great Emperor Yuehua's son had been bullied by him. She was still brooding about it, and he was afraid that she would not be easy to get along with. As expected, it was not as simple as not easy to get along with. No. Great Emperor Yuehua refused directly. She looked solemnly at Divine Emperor Yuehua and said angrily, "Yuehua, have you had enough? You are not with him. Going with him will only put you in more danger, and you might even lose your life. Don't use your life and everything for something so meaningless." Divine Emperor Yuehua was startled and shook his head. "You are thinking too much. I will be much safer with him than with you." This made Great Emperor Yuehua go crazy. "Fine, you go with him, I'll go. This time, even if you lose your life, I won't shed a tear for you. You only have yourself to blame. After all, he's not the one for you." Sooner or later, you'll see clearly. Divine Emperor Yuhua said firmly, you don't have to worry about my business. Go find your ghost blood curse, and I wish you success. Hee hee. Great Emperor Yuhua laughed out of anger. She said no more, but gave Longchen a deep look, then turned to leave. But after a few steps, she turned back, tears in her eyes. You fool, you just won't stop until you lose your life and your tens of millions of years of cultivation. With that, she sighed and disappeared into the depths of the blood sea. Alright, she's gone. Divine Emperor Yuhua smiled at Longchen as if nothing had happened. Who is he that she's talking about? Longchen felt that Divine Emperor Yuhua was a little strange. She must have mistaken him for someone else. Don't listen to her nonsense. By the way, how should we deal with this Yuwu? Divine Emperor Yuhua quickly changed the topic, pointing at Divine Emperor Yumu, who dared not escape. At this moment, Longchen saw the blood condense into a face behind Divine Emperor Yumu. Chapter 2955. Yuwu noticed the commotion and noticed the change in Longchen's eyes. However, his reaction seemed to be a bit slow. Just as he discovered this movement, he suddenly felt as if something had touched his body. What? Yuwu's face turned pale. No. Then came a scream. From Longchen's point of view, he could clearly see that Yuwu was rapidly aging and withering. His god spirit body was withering. The most depressing thing was that the blood bead of the dead world in his hand had suddenly disappeared. Yuwu's round face was rapidly withering. This process was like the process of mortals growing old and dying, but the speed was many times faster. In such a short time, Yuwu was in extreme pain. He looked at Longchen in despair. He had no idea what was going on, nor could he turn around to see who had placed such a terrifying rule over his head. He had no time. With despair and pain, he quickly withered and lost his strength. In the end, he was simply a dried-up corpse. He lost everything and sank into the deep blood sea. Where he had been, a sky fiend, formed from the blood sea's seawater, once again appeared in front of Longchen. This wasn't his real body. At this time, he squeezed the blood bead of the dead world in his hand and smiled. This is great. With this, I can leave this place at any time. Who are you? He had suddenly appeared, strangely killed Yuwu, and was even formed from the blood sea. Such an opponent undoubtedly terrified Divine Emperor Yuhua. However, she still stood in front of Longchen, fearing that a sky fiend would use the same method against Longchen. Longchen gently pushed her behind him. You have a new lover, huh? Era Skyfiend's smile was pure and innocent, making people feel very comfortable. He said, that rule just now is called Bones of a Beautiful Woman. It is my recent achievement. However, I didn't expect the first test subject to be a man. He doesn't deserve the word beauty. The one next to you is very suitable. That was the power of time. However, there were other rules mixed in, and those rules were very likely related to the death reign. At least, for the current Longchen, it was complicated and hard to decipher. My relationship with her is normal. It's just a cooperative relationship. If you have a conflict with me, don't hurt the innocent. Just come at me. I don't think so. After Ji Yuan took the death world's blood bead, he gradually retreated. As he retreated, he said, you have to be careful and protect your life. Don't let these people take your life first. The choice I told you before is still valid. Also, don't think about leaving the death world. I can leave the death world too. After saying that, he disappeared. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, shuttling in the blood sea and killing a deity emperor casually. Moreover, it was an ultimate deity emperor. Skyfiend Era's ability was beyond Longchen's expectation. In this death reign, he was the most difficult enemy for Longchen to deal with. Terrifying, mysterious, bizarre, and omnipresent. Who is he? Divine Emperor Yuhua quickly asked. Ji Yuan Sky Fiend, do you know him? Divine Emperor Yu Hua was from Thousand Paper Crane, but at this time, she also shook her head. Never heard of him, but he should be from the primeval troll. What Long Chen had learned on the dragon sacrificial continent about Ji Yuan Sky Fiend was baseless. It turned out that in the real world, the primeval troll was still very mysterious, and Ji Yuan Sky Fiend was not very famous. I don't know where the primeval troll came from. They come and go like ghosts. They appear occasionally, but most of the time, they don't show up. I know that in the Northern Star region, the domain lord of the Tianyan region, Shenjun, seems to be related to the primeval troll. They can have a regal demon state. Is that so? Long Chen knew that the primeval troll was related to the Sky-Swallowing clan. But now, all the divine demons were affected by the Sky-Swallowing clan, so they did not know anything about the Sky-Swallowing clan. They did not have many memories from before the death reign. Why is the primeval troll here? Why are you his enemy? Divine Emperor Yu Hua asked with concern. Just some old grudges. But shouldn't you leave? I feel that great Emperor Yu Hua is right. Staying by my side will be very dangerous. Long Chen was very wary of Ji Yuan Sky Fiend. No. Divine Emperor Yu Hua refused decisively. He already knows me. If I leave and am alone, it will be even more dangerous. You can just leave the death reign. No, I have to help you get the ghost blood curse. No matter what Long Chen said, Divine Emperor Yu Hua still made up his mind. Don't worry. He appeared just now to scare you. He might just be bluffing. He might not be that difficult to deal with. You can even defeat the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch. You are already very strong. In the end, Long Chen still had to thank her. It was indeed dangerous to leave her in the death reign. All right. Ji Yuan Skyfiend's target was him, so there was no need for him to attack Yu Hua. You should have submitted to me earlier. Now, listen to me. I feel that the ghost blood curse is definitely in this direction. This is what I concluded after much analysis. Next, the two set off. The method she had deduced was very similar to the feeling Long Chen had in his mind. Since both of them felt that it was in the same direction, the possibility was higher. What's going on? There were more and more blood fiends around them. If not for the Annihilation Dragon seal, Long Chen would not have been able to deal with so many blood fiends. There were all sorts of creatures with dragon heads and beast bodies. They were completely formed from the blood sea. Apart from the Annihilation Dragon seal, they were practically indestructible. Just like now, there are actually quite a few blood fiends appearing on the left. Long Chen has defeated many along the way, so he did not deviate from the original direction. Have you noticed that all the blood fiends are coming from the left? Don't tell me they're trying to force us to the right? Emperor Yu Hua analyzed. She said, if I were advancing with my sister, we would naturally not waste our energy to deal with these blood fiends. We would have fled to the right if we encountered them. But you have a way to deal with them. You mean that the sudden appearance of so many blood fiends is to force us to the right? Long Chen asked. We'll know once we try. Yu Hua smiled. Without another word, she boldly pulled Long Chen and led Long Chen to the right. Along the way, more and more blood fiends chased after them. But strangely, as long as Long Chen went in that direction, the blood fiends rarely attacked. There are so many people over there. Long Chen was surprised to see that. Not only were there many people, but there were also many blood fiends. As far as the eye could see, the entire blood sea seemed to have become the blood fiends' world. Countless strange creatures were constantly roaring. There were at least hundreds of them in sight. Long Chen and the 30-odd god emperors were trapped and could not break out. They looked very pitiful in front of these undying blood fiends. It's the people from the 3 heavenly palaces. There are others still fighting. Now that Long Chen was skilled and bold, he was not afraid of anyone from the 3 heavenly palaces. From where he stood, he could see that they were already half surrounded by the blood fiends. The blood fiends were still pushing them in one direction. Moreover, more and more blood fiends were joining the group. At first, the god emperors were still fighting, but the blood fiends forced them to retreat while fighting. In the end, they were too lazy to fight anymore. After all, everyone was being chased by thousands of blood fiends. It seems that their encirclement is gradually shrinking. Long Chen. In the process, someone noticed Long Chen. However, although there were many of them, most of them did not dare to come forward. They had their own communication devices and now knew that Long Chen had defeated a trigram Heavenly Lord and become the new 93rd on the Divine Emperor list. They did not dare to go against such a person. They had to let the top few of their respective heavenly palaces deal with him. At least there were no such experts here. Long Chen could definitely crush them. To be honest, with so many blood fiends, it would be difficult for Long Chen to break out with Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Sister. Before long, they saw Great Emperor Yu Hua. She did not want to meet them again, but the situation was special. After hesitating for a while, she came up with her sword and asked, Yu Hua, do you know why there are so many blood fiends? It seems that the people from the 3 heavenly palaces can't do anything about it. I don't know. It said that all the deity emperors in the death world are being chased by the blood fiends. Now their encirclement is shrinking. All the deity emperors in the death world are gathering. Soon, everyone will meet each other. Oh, Long Chen looked at the increasing number of blood fiends and could not help but feel a headache. He suddenly thought, could this be the doing of the Era Celestial Demon? However, did he really have that much ability? There are too many blood fiends. We can't break out at all. Once we do, we will be surrounded by more blood fiends. As long as the blood sea exists, the blood fiends will be endless. It seems that we can only gather together, Great Emperor Yu Hua said with a frown. Long Chen said, since the god emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces are not afraid of gathering together, we don't have to be afraid either. Let's just gather in one place and see what happens. In fact, if he wanted to, he might be able to break out. But when everyone gathered together, something would definitely happen. It would definitely be lively. Long Chen did not want to miss this kind of excitement. He would meet the experts from the 3 heavenly palaces. They would definitely be very interested in him, the person who had just defeated 8 trigram Heavenly Lord. Chapter 2956. It was just as everyone had expected. In fact, everyone was already trapped in the death world's blood fiends encirclement, and the encirclement was shrinking. More than 200 people who were still in the death world were trapped in the encirclement. At first, they could have fought against the blood fiends, but as more and more blood fiends appeared, they did not even have the strength to fight and could only be chased away by the blood fiends. After all, the undead blood fiends were quite troublesome to deal with. Long Chen and Emperor Yu Hua had gathered together. Now that they were both on the Shenhuang list, no one in the death world would dare to attack them apart from the top few. Normally, even the proud Shenhuang of the 3 heavenly palaces would have to avoid them. Everyone knew that Daoist Fengqing and 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord had been defeated by Long Chen. The only word that could describe their feelings when they saw Long Chen was astonished. It is said that many people have reached a place where the blood fiends dare not enter. They only dare to surround it. Where exactly is that place? I don't know, but it is said that the experts on the Shenhuang list have already reached that place. They seem to have found something strange there. What kind of strange thing? You'll know when you get there. I can't describe it clearly, but it is a blood crystal formed from some blood sea water. There is a creature similar to a blood fiend in the blood crystal, but it seems to be a kind of soul. Long Chen happened to hear this conversation as he was advancing. Origin Dragon Souls. At that moment, his eyes were shining brightly. When Long Chen used the Death World Dragon Gate, the 8 primordial blood spiritual dragon syndicate dragon souls would appear. Obviously, the origin dragon souls of the supreme divine dragons were somewhere in the Death World. This was also one of the reasons why Long Chen had come to the Death World. Moreover, the Origin Dragon Palace was still missing a few types of blood essence inheritance from the 8 syndicate dragons. Seeing the change in Long Chen's expression, Emperor Yuhua asked, "Do you want to get it? Let's go and take a look first." "Aya, you're still trying to mystify me." God Emperor Yuhua saw that Long Chen had increased his speed, so he quickly chased after him. This made Emperor Yuhua's expression turn ugly, but she had no choice but to follow. The 3 of them sped up. The blood fiends chasing after them were rather fast. During the chase, some god emperors were besieged by the blood fiends and couldn't escape. They could only choose to be eliminated. There were probably no more than 200 people who could reach the safe zone safely. In any case, Long Chen had arrived first. As he sped through the blood sea, he indeed discovered an area that was very quiet. The blood fiends were rolling around that area, but there seemed to be an invisible boundary that prevented the blood fiends from crossing over. It was just ahead. Long Chen could already feel it. It was the feeling of encountering an Origin Dragon soul, especially the Origin Dragon soul of the ancient blood spirit Dragon Syndicate Dragon. Although he hadn't let anyone inherit the Supreme Divine Dragon's blood essence, he could feel it strongly. In terms of inheritance, he had not yet decided on the final outcome. Some of the children still needed to be tested, and Long Chen wanted to do his best to ensure that everyone would be able to fight for a new future. There are more than 100 god emperors nearby, and they are all quite powerful. There were more than 60 ultimate god emperors, but there were close to 50 of them in this area alone. Among them, those who could get on the Divine Emperor list were basically all gathered here. They surrounded the Origin Dragon soul. "We're getting closer." Long Chen's vision penetrated the layers of blood sea and finally saw a total of 13 huge blood crystals in the seawater below. They were ice crystals formed by the blood sea seawater. Ancient divine dragon characters shone on them, forming a kind of rule to protect the things inside the blood crystals. 8 of the blood crystals were huge and lined up in a circle. Each blood crystal contained an Origin Dragon soul. Long Chen guessed correctly. These were definitely the Origin Dragon souls of the Massacre Supreme Divine Dragon. After all, he had seen the Origin Dragon soul of the spiritual dragon. The Origin Dragon souls were motionless, as if they were sealed here by the blood crystals. Within the ring formed by the blood crystals were 5 smaller blood crystals. These blood crystals looked transparent, but Long Chen could clearly see a drop of inheritance blood essence in the center. There were 3 drops of inheritance blood essence in the Origin Dragon soul of the Massacre Supreme Divine Dragon. Together with the 5 drops here, he had gathered all the inheritance blood essence and the Origin Dragon soul. The 8 syndicate dragons' inheritance blood essence and the Origin Dragon souls of the ancient blood spirit dragon had been found. Long Chen couldn't contain his surprise when he saw all this. This was the task that Long Qinglan had given him. He had traveled in the infinite worlds for so long, but he had only found one Origin Dragon soul of the spirit dragon. Compared to the many things he had to find, it was just a drop in the ocean. This time, there was a chance for him to make a major breakthrough. With these, I'll be able to have 9 supreme divine dragons comparable to the ultimate gods or even the savage wilderness ancient god by my side after tens of thousands of years. Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement when he thought about it. Yang Lingqing might seem inconspicuous in the kingdom of God, but she had great potential. As time passed and she grew, she would definitely become a supreme divine dragon. 8 Origin Dragon souls and 5 drops of inheritance blood essence from the supreme divine dragons. Long Chen's heart was burning with excitement. "Calm down." Divine Emperor Yuhua patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "I know you want this very much, but I don't think anyone knows what it is. You're the only one who knows. The more you act like you want it, the more people won't let you have it. The 3 heavenly palaces see the death reign as their backyard." Yes. Long Chen became a little more clear-headed and knew that the situation was grim. The divine emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces who were guarding the Origin Dragon souls and inheritance blood essence were enough to cause trouble, let alone the epic Sky Devil. Long Chen analyzed the current situation. The Origin Dragon soul is the center, and the blood fiends don't dare to get close to it. However, if this goes on for a long time, the blood fiends will definitely surround this area, and it will be even more difficult to get out. All of us will be trapped here. The people from the 3 heavenly palaces discovered the origin dragon soul first, and now they are trying to take it for themselves. Obviously, a battle here was the only way for Long Chen to get the origin dragon souls from the divine emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces. The disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces had surrounded the 13 blood crystals and were vigilantly watching Long Chen and the other divine emperors who did not belong to the 3 heavenly palaces. Among them, several experts on the divine emperor list were trying to destroy the blood crystals, but it seemed to be to no avail. The words on the blood crystals themselves were a kind of tyrannical rule. They blocked their destruction. After a few attempts, the people of the 3 heavenly palaces gave up. We can't open the God Nation. If we don't open the blood crystals, we won't be able to take away the weird things inside. What are these blood fiends? It's so strange. It seems like those blood fiends are derived from the blood fiends in front of us. No, they don't seem to be blood fiends. After all, they are real living beings, not condensed from the blood sea. But those blood fiends must be related to this thing. Before the ghost blood curse appeared, the 3 heavenly palaces were extremely united. Although Long Chen and the others could enter this area, they were excluded. Once they got close, they would be warned. Now, all the divine emperors have arrived in this area. Those blood fiends have also surrounded this area. They just haven't come in. Divine Emperor Yuhua looked around and came to this conclusion. Close to 200 divine emperors seemed to be trapped in an enclosed space, unable to leave. Of course, some ultimate divine emperors could still charge out, but they would be slightly tired. Currently, they were still interested in the origin dragon souls and had no interest in charging out. That's Long Chen who defeated the 8 trigrams heavenly monarch. At this moment, the scene was quiet. Only the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces gathered together to guard the origin dragon souls. They would occasionally look at Long Chen. For example, the 9 Swords Divine Emperor and the others were still studying how to break the blood crystals and obtain the things inside. Let me introduce you. Divine Emperor Yuhua smiled and brought Long Chen to look at the 9 Swords Divine Emperor. This is the 9 Swords Divine Emperor of the Tai Ching Heavenly Palace, the 9th disciple of the Tai Ching Dao ancestor. You should know her. Her 9 divine swords are very powerful. She is ranked 45th on the Divine Emperor list. She should be a huge threat to you. Long Chen really needed to know their background. Now, he looked around and saw a few divine emperors who posed a huge threat to him. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor was one of them. Divine Emperor Yuhua shook his head slightly. In front of her, there was a tall and skinny woman in a black cloak. She was not from the 3 heavenly palaces, but she was also very powerful. A large number of people who were not from the 3 heavenly palaces gathered around her. This woman's temperament was the complete opposite of the people from the 3 heavenly palaces. She exuded a sinister and cunning aura. Through the blood sea, one could see that her body and skin were no different from stone. This is the stone goddess demon from the jade clear heaven. He has existed for too long and has dominated the jade clear heaven for a long time. He is ranked 50th on the Divine Emperor list, only slightly weaker than the 9 Swords Divine Emperor. He is the strongest person who is not from the 3 heavenly palaces in this trial. Apart from him, only my sister and another Divine Emperor are ranked on the Divine Emperor list, but they are all below the 80th place. They are no threat to the 3 heavenly palaces. The stone goddess demon that Divine Emperor Yuhua mentioned was also one of the opponents that made Long Chen feel threatened. The only ones that I'm afraid of are the 4 that Yuhua introduced. They are Daoist Duobao, True God Tai, Divine Emperor Jiujian, and Old Demon Stone from the 3 heavenly palaces. Now, those people were still guarding the origin dragon soul. Long Chen temporarily pretended not to care about the origin dragon soul. But he still observed it carefully. Old Demon Stone's voice was ear-piercing. She kept smiling as she said, I think the few of you should stop messing around with this thing. This death rain is so mysterious. It won't have any effect no matter how much you try. Nine Swords Shen Huang looked up. She had a cold personality. Why don't we let you come down and try? Old Witch Stone really wanted to, but she knew that the other party would definitely not be willing. It was very difficult for her to obtain the ghost blood curse because the three of them were from the three great heavenly palaces. They were basically anxious to get rid of her before the ghost blood curse appeared. Then forget it. I have no interest in this thing that I don't even know what it is. Old Demon Stone said in disdain. The Taoist of many treasures looked up and said with a smile, Stone, I'm very interested in the treasures you have. Old Demon Stone's heart went cold when she heard that. The situation that Long Chen had guessed was about to happen. He was sure that if the people from the three heavenly palaces tried many times and realized that they could not do anything to the blood crystal, they would definitely choose to get rid of Old Demon Stone before the ghost blood curse appeared. As expected, the true god Tai said, You two, we can't deal with this thing for now anyway. Since we're all gathered here, why don't we get rid of the trash first? Then we can fight for the ghost blood curse in peace, right? It's such a precious item that only people from the three heavenly palaces are qualified to see it. Someone suggested. Nine Swords Shen Huang and the Taoist of many treasures smiled faintly. Around them, more than 100 god emperors became excited. For a moment, they let go of the origin dragon's soul that they could not deal with and looked at Long Chen, Old Demon Stone, and the others who were not from the three heavenly palaces. Emperor Yuehua squinted and said, It seems that being chased here by the blood fiends is not a good thing at all. Yuehua, if you can't hold on, don't do anything stupid. Hurry up and get out. I'm leaving first. It was not just Emperor Yuehua. When the three heavenly palaces joined forces to kill them all, the others took action, including the fire cloud heretic god. To be honest, although they were few in number, almost all of them were ultimate god emperors. There were nearly 20 of them. But there were nearly 40 ultimate god emperors from the three heavenly palaces. Basically, it was 2 against 1. This was already a crushing defeat. Especially in terms of the number of experts on the Divine Emperor ranking, they far surpassed them. Fight. With true God Tai's order, all the ultimate god emperors from the three heavenly palaces took action. As for the initial god emperors and perfected god emperors, they could easily be kidnapped or accidentally injured. As such, they stayed where they were and temporarily guarded the strange blood crystal. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Protect yourself. If you can't, leave the death rain. That was all Long Chen could say to Divine Emperor Yu Hua. He wanted to obtain the origin dragon soul and the chaos and had no time to protect her. With her capabilities, she would not die. At most, she could crush the death rain blood pearl and leave. Emperor Yuehua ran even faster. As soon as true god Tai finished his words, she rushed into the encirclement of the blood fiends. As an expert on the Divine Emperor ranking, there would definitely be more than 2 experts on the Divine Emperor ranking chasing after her. If she stayed in this area, she would definitely lose. She would still have a chance if she left. The scene was rather chaotic. After saying a few words to Divine Emperor Yu Hua, Long Chen entered the time-roaming dragon state and swam in the tumbling blood sea. He took a detour to get closer to the origin dragon soul. A chaotic battle broke out with great momentum. At this time, no one could see each other clearly. Divine Emperor Nine Swords, Taoist of many treasures, and true God Tai, these 3 should be chasing after that goddess of stone and eliminating her together. This is a great opportunity for me. Although Long Chen had been dazzling before and many people had noticed him, the scene was chaotic. He had used the time rules to cover himself. If it was during normal times, people might have noticed Long Chen. But now, no one could see where Long Chen had gone. Where is he? Find him. Don't let him escape. He might have escaped to the blood fiends. Go after him. The chaotic scene broadened Long Chen's horizons. For a time, no one stopped Long Chen and he reached the rear of the 3 heavenly palaces. After all, even Divine Emperor Nine Swords and the others could not destroy the blood crystal. No one was worried that someone would come to snatch it. I can't open the divine nation and it seems that I can't take the origin dragon's soul away. This was what Long Chen was depressed about. But there was only one chance. If he missed it, it would be difficult for him. It is said that when others open the divine nation, it will cause the divine nation to fuse with the death world. But my divine nation is suppressed by the origin dragon palace, so it should not happen. Moreover, this death world is the primordial blood spirit dragon's territory. Even if it is risky, I can still give it a try. Otherwise, there is no other way. As he advanced, many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind. Bang, bang, bang. There was a huge commotion in the blood sea. When they fought, even the blood fiends beside them were flipped over. Especially Goddess of Stone's battle, she fought directly into the circle of blood fiends. Many god emperors were directly eliminated. Outside the blood spirit abyss, the rate of god emperors being eliminated increased greatly. Moreover, they were all ultimate god emperors. This chaotic battle attracted a lot of attention. Di Jun's gaze was constantly on the people who appeared from the blood spirit abyss. I'm here. Long Chen had already passed through a few primordial god emperors and arrived in front of the blood crystal. His bloodline seemed to have fused with the blood crystal. After approaching it, Long Chen knew that as long as he used his divine dragon blood, he would be able to break the seal on the blood crystal and obtain the Origin's dragon soul. He planned to open the divine nation and try. This was the death world of the primordial blood spirit dragon. It would definitely take care of him. At this critical moment, he sensed a fatal crisis. He had no choice but to turn around and attack with the god-slaying sword. With a boom, the surrounding god emperors were all sent flying, and several were seriously injured. You are interested in this thing. Appearing in front of Long Chen was Yuqing, the divine emperor Nine Swords. Although she was wearing a Taoist robe, it still could not conceal her peerless beauty. Chapter 2958. The Nine Swords Shenhuang and the other 2 were supposed to force the stone witch out of the death rain. However, the Nine Swords Shenhuang happened to see Long Chen's movements, so he informed the other 2 and returned to stop Long Chen. When Long Chen was close to the origin dragon soul, she appeared and stopped Long Chen. She was not in a hurry. Instead, she was very interested in Long Chen coming to take the blood crystal. Right now, apart from them, the chaotic battle outside had already caused earth-shattering changes, but they were the only ones who were unharmed. Tell me what these are, and I won't force you out. I know that Divine Emperor Jun is waiting for you outside. He's still outside. It seemed like the shady heavenly territorial lord could not do anything to him. The shady heavenly territorial lord was the weakest among the ultimate gods. Rumor had it that the top 3 on the Divine Emperor list could fight against an ultimate god. Therefore, Long Chen felt that the current situation was normal. However, he could not say anything to the Nine Swords Shenhuang. It was a chaotic time, and it was his chance. Otherwise, Long Chen would get nothing if dozens of ultimate divine emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces were waiting there. Therefore, he did not say anything. The heaven-sacrificing spear appeared in his hand. His eyes changed rapidly. The Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Eye of Desire were activated at the same time. They controlled the Nine Swords Shenhuang in the Blood Sea. Although they were not very effective against opponents of that level, they could still affect them to a certain extent. Karma Prick. The heaven-sacrificing spear was filled with the power of karma. Without saying a word, Long Chen's sharp spear pierced through the blood sea and rushed toward the Nine Swords Shenhuang. Its power was so terrifying that even the Nine Swords Shenhuang was afraid of it. Amazing. The Nine Swords Shenhuang changed the shape of the divine swords in his hands and crossed them in front of each other. Heavenly Sword Wheel. The twin swords moved rapidly, blocking in front of Long Chen. Under the ferocious attack of Long Chen, the twin swords were actually shaken off. The Nine Swords Emperor God was also shaken off. The karmic stab was Long Chen's strongest attack in terms of penetrative power. It was normal for Shenhuang Nine Swords to be unable to block it for a while. However, such a scene was too shocking for the others. You want to leave? Just as Long Chen turned around and headed towards the blood crystal, the nine-sword Shenhuang was like a haunting ghost. For a moment, Long Chen felt an immense pressure because there were a total of 9 dangers behind him. The nine-sword Shenhuang had already wielded all 9 swords. She was trying her best to stop Long Chen. This was no small matter. The 9 primordial chaos grade fortune divine artifacts formed a sword array, and the 9 swords God Emperor was especially good at attacking. Therefore, under the threat of the other party, it was difficult for Long Chen to approach the blood crystal. Depressing. He had no choice but to turn around and fight with the 9-sword Shenhuang. Based on the comparison of their strength, it was impossible to shake off the 9-sword Shenhuang in a short period of time. Perhaps after the battle royale ended, he would be confined here. Tell me, why are you touching these things? You must know their origins, right? No matter what, they were things that appeared in the death rain. She had to know. The attack speed of her 9 divine swords was rather terrifying. The sword array formed had completely locked Long Chen in place, making it difficult for Long Chen to find time. Give up. It's impossible for them to be yours. The 9-sword Shenhuang had been talking to Long Chen for a long time, but he did not say a word. She was also vaguely angry. At this moment, a beautiful figure blocked in front of Long Chen. Hurry up. I can only hold on for a while. Hurry. It was Divine Emperor Yuhua. She appeared out of nowhere. Long Chen had been fighting against the 9-sword Shenhuang and did not pay attention to her. She gave Long Chen a huge surprise. They were both ultimate Divine Emperors. Although the 9-sword Shenhuang was on the Divine Emperor list, she still needed some time to deal with Divine Emperor Yuhua. With her help, Long Chen instantly broke free from the 9-sword Shenhuang's control. I only have a little time. Without another word, Long Chen moved with extreme speed. As he reversed the sea of time to restrict the 9-sword Shenhuang's speed, he rapidly moved forward. A total of 13 rays of blood light shot out from his hand, instantly piercing into the blood crystals. When his divine dragon blood came into contact with the blood crystals actually melted rapidly in the eyes of the divine emperors. The origin dragon soul was also awakening. At this time, Long Chen could only take the risk and open the divine kingdom. Open. The moment he opened it, he felt a throbbing in his soul. It was as though something in the death rain had been branded into his divine kingdom. However, his divine kingdom was too vast. Even if it was branded, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Collect. The origin dragon souls, attracted by the origin dragon palace, rushed into the divine kingdom. At the same time, Long Chen also obtained the 5 drops of inheritance blood essence. He brought them into the origin dragon palace. After entering, the people in the divine kingdom would naturally collect them. Success. Long Chen immediately closed the divine kingdom. But indeed, there was some resistance. The surrounding space of the death rain began to distort, and the space within the divine kingdom also began to distort. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to close it. But Long Chen's divine kingdom was special, especially since it had inherited the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. With the origin dragon palace presiding over it, it was very stable. It would not be easy for the death rain to destroy the stability of the divine kingdom. Long Chen completely closed the divine kingdom. The death rain and the divine kingdom did not merge with each other. It seems that even if I let Xiao Lang come out or throw people in, there will be no problem. After succeeding, Long Chen felt relieved. However, he only had this chance because Divine Emperor Yuhua had helped him block the 9-sword Shenhuang. Save her. Even in such a short time, the frenzied nine-sword Shen Huang had almost forced Divine Emperor Yu Hua into a dead end. Without hesitation, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to attack with the Sword of Time. The Sword of Time was the fastest and most ferocious. Before the nine-sword Shen Huang's 3 divine swords stabbed into Divine Emperor Yu Hua, Long Chen's Sword of Time knocked them away, protecting Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Under the impact, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was sent flying out of the nine-sword Shen Huang's attack range. Fool, run. Divine Emperor Yu Hua seemed to have expected this. She dived into the deep blood sea the moment she escaped, and no one knew where she had gone. Long Chen was relieved that she was not injured. Since he had gotten what he wanted, there was nothing to be afraid of. Your divine kingdom. The nine-sword Shen Huang's face was cold. The 9 divine swords surrounded her, emitting thick killing intent. She had blocked Long Chen's way of obtaining the origin dragon soul. To her, this was a provocation and humiliation. You are indeed special. You understand the death world even more than we do. No wonder you would hide here. However, the death world is still the territory of the third heaven. Do you think that you can really take away the additional items of the ghost blood curse? This is not for you to worry about. Long Chen smiled faintly. The nine-sword Shen Huang alone could not catch up to him. He could not be bothered to fight with the nine-sword Shen Huang here. Therefore, he hurriedly left in the direction that Divine Emperor Yu Hua had gone. Don't go. The nine-sword Shen Huang chased after him with the 9 shining divine swords. However, Long Chen had slowed her down through his control of time. As long as she got close to Long Chen, her speed would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for her to catch up to Long Chen in terms of speed. Long Chen, let me remind you one last time. The death reign is the territory of the third heaven. You are only qualified to fight for the ghost blood curse. Don't touch anything else. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of the 3 Dao ancestors. The nine-sword Shen Huang shouted as she chased after him. Where did it say that this is the territory of the third heaven? I want to say that this is my territory. Long Chen naturally understood the reason behind her words. However, the origin dragon soul was useless even to the 3 Dao ancestors. The sooner Long Chen could get it, the sooner he could. You are really courting death. The nine-sword Shen Huang did not give up. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed into the encirclement of the blood fiends. He condensed the extermination dragon seal in his hand. Once a blood fiend came near, he would kill it instantly. However, the nine-sword Shen Huang did not have this ability. Even with the 9 divine swords, she was still blocked. She could only watch angrily as Long Chen left. Long Chen. The nine-sword Shen Huang cut a blood fiend with a lion's body and a dragon's head into 8 pieces. In the blink of an eye, she lost track of Long Chen. She had personally returned to guard the place and even lost the item. Daoist Duobao and true god Tai would definitely blame her. After all, they were still fighting to the death with Goddess of Stone. Both of them were ranked higher than Goddess of Stone on the Divine Emperor list, so they were not far from forcing Goddess of Stone out of the death realm. Boom, boom, boom. Because of the battle, the blood sea was turned upside down. The roars of giant beasts could be heard everywhere. Long Chen got rid of the nine-sword Shen Huang and was about to find Emperor Yu Hua. Suddenly, a throbbing sound came from the east. Buzz. A gust of cold air swept in all directions. Blood light shot into the sky. It was as if billions of evil ghosts were screaming. This wasn't a pure killing power, but a curse. For a moment, although he was far away, the cries of countless people before they died still shocked Long Chen. This was an absolute negative power. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge movement on the other side. Ghost blood curse. While Long Chen was still suspicious, he suddenly heard someone scream. Someone is suppressing the ghost blood curse. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Even the Taoist of many treasures and true god Tai, who had almost forced the goddess of stone out of the death rain, stopped in shock. Because of this, the goddess of stone escaped the calamity. The three of them instantly stopped moving. In the next instant, they rushed in the direction of the ghost blood curse like crazy. They were not the only ones. Almost all the god emperors were rushing in that direction. Everyone wanted to obtain this creation divine artifact and suppress this eternal level treasure at the first moment. Mine, mine. Taoist of many treasures' face was red. True god Tai's face was livid. He did not say a word as he stared in that direction. Someone was suppressing the ghost blood curse. He must not be allowed to succeed. If he succeeded, it would be the end. The nine-sword Shen Huang controlled the 9 divine swords. She was the closest and wanted to seize this opportunity. Chapter 2959. The ghost blood curse had appeared. Someone had found the ghost blood curse at this critical juncture and began suppressing it in a futile attempt to obtain it. If he succeeded, the others would have come for nothing. Especially Taoist Duo Bao and the others, they were naturally indignant. After all, they were the top few on the Divine Emperor list and were the true contenders. In their eyes, even the 8 trigrams Heavenly Lord was not qualified to compete with them. The situation just now was chaotic enough. Now, it was even more chaotic. Almost everyone gave up on their opponents and ignored the blood fiends. They rushed towards the ghost blood curse in a frenzy. There would always be people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Long Chen was undoubtedly the fastest among them. He broke through the sea of blood and sprinted towards the ghost blood curse. His speed surpassed most god emperors. Not far away, Nine Swords Divine Emperor was almost shoulder to shoulder with him. Between the two, Nine Swords Divine Emperor was slightly faster. After all, the ghost blood curse had forced her to use all her abilities. Taoist Duo Bao, Old Demon Shiji, and True God Primordial Unity were not slow either. They were extremely destructive. Wherever they went, no matter which faction's disciples blocked their way, they would be sent flying. We must not let anyone else obtain the ghost blood curse. Every god emperor was extremely nervous. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had almost reached his destination. In fact, many god emperors were closer to this location than him and Nine Swords Divine Emperor. After arriving, the few final realm god emperors tried their best to snatch the ghost blood curse, but to no avail. No one dared to act rashly. Once the ghost blood curse cut their flesh, they would die even if they had the death world blood pearl and could leave this place. There were only a few final realm god emperors here. As for the perfected and primordial realm god emperors, they were originally near the blood crystal and could not catch up. In a short time, the person who obtained the ghost blood curse was still being suppressed. Long Chen passed through the layers of sea of blood and discovered that it was Great Empress Yuehua. She was the first to escape from this chaotic battle. Many people must have been chasing after her. I never expected her to be so lucky to escape here and discover the ghost blood curse. Of course, this was not due to good luck. This was because this position was too close to everyone. Yuehua Emperor could not safely suppress the ghost blood curse and take it for himself. As Long Chen advanced, he looked at the ghost blood curse. Just as he imagined, it was a blood-red long sword. It was quite long, but it was very narrow and thin. Its entire body was the color of blood, and fresh blood flowed on it. On the blade of the sword, there were pitch-black symbols that looked like the swastika character. The symbols moved along the blade, and just one look at them would make one's scalp go numb. It was truly terrifying. This was the curse on this eternal rank fortune divine artifact, the ghost blood curse. Each swastika symbol contained countless vengeful souls. They were the remnant souls of those who had been killed and absorbed into the seal, becoming the power of the curse. The ghost blood curse was an eternal grade fortune divine artifact that grew stronger the more fiend gods it killed. It was like the hand of a devil, and the screams of evil ghosts. There were trillions of screams on the sword. It was clear that the creation of this fortune divine artifact had destroyed many lives. Evidently, this was the most sinister weapon that Long Chen had ever seen. Compared to it, the god-slaying sword was just a child's play. The evil aura was too strong. Under the influence of the ghost blood curse, the surrounding sea of blood underwent a huge change. The power of the curse even spread. Even the god emperors felt dizzy under the influence of this power. At the same time, the ghost blood curse was also very violent. Yuehua, who was holding it, was the first to bear the brunt of it. The black swastika symbol on the ghost blood curse was spreading towards her body through her pure white arm. At this moment, her neck, half of her face, and even one of her eyes were already covered in the densely packed ghost blood curse. This made Yuehua, who was originally a peerless beauty, suddenly look very frightening. She was very ferocious. While fighting against the ghost blood curse, she also wanted to force away the nearby ultimate god emperors who were fighting for the ghost blood curse. Ah! Yuehua Emperor let out a shrill scream. Half of her body was already covered with the ghost blood curse like ants. The sword kept trembling in her hand. At this moment, she might not even be able to control the sword. Sure enough, even if it's alone, the ghost blood curse might not be interested in her. The heroic spirit of creation's will was very strong. After all, it was at the eternal realm. Generally speaking, the owner of the ghost blood curse would only be an ultimate god. Therefore, even the ghost blood curse itself might not be convinced. It would not easily be controlled by Yuehua Emperor. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Yuehua Emperor seemed to have fallen into the demonic path. The ghost blood curse flew wildly, and everyone dared not approach. If this goes on, she will be killed by the ghost blood curse sooner or later. Long Chen knew that once the ghost blood curse covered her whole body, she would definitely die if she could not suppress the sword. During this short period of observation, he and Nine-Sword Shenhuang had already arrived. Behind them were Old Demon Stone, Taoist of many treasures, and True God Tai. No one else was qualified to approach. They were either too far away or frightened by the crazy attitude of these experts. Nine-Sword Shenhuang was the fastest. Yuehua, you can't control the ghost blood curse. Let go. No. Yuehua Emperor's aura was fierce. She waved the ghost blood curse and slashed at Nine-Sword Shenhuang. However, the ghost blood curse was not completely under her control. Therefore, her movements were disorderly. Nine-Sword Shenhuang was slightly faster than Long Chen, so she seized the opportunity. In fact, Long Chen was not in a hurry. The ghost blood curse was not easy to suppress, especially when there were strong enemies around. Whoever obtained the ghost blood curse first would become the target of everyone and would not end well. In such a competition, calming down was the best attitude. Soul-severing 3 swords. In Nine-Sword Shenhuang's hands, the 9 divine swords, Taeus sword, divine abyss sword, and Tianjun sword, condensed and mixed together. Under Nine-Sword Shenhuang's rule manipulation, they seemed to form a giant sword that slashed down violently. Pfft! Yuehua Emperor could not control the ghost blood curse. Nine-Sword Shenhuang's rule directly severed her arm that was holding the ghost blood curse. This way, Yuehua Emperor and the ghost blood curse were separated. In fact, Nine-Sword Shenhuang had saved Yuehua Emperor's life. Because if he had not done so, the ghost blood curse would have completely covered Yuehua Emperor's body, and she would have died. After her arm was severed, the ghost blood curse lost its support. Under the counterattack of Yuehua Emperor's divine body, it rapidly dissipated. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief and keep her life. When she regained consciousness and realized the situation, she was filled with lingering fear. This time, she had been directly excluded from the competition. It seems like the ghost blood curse is much more terrifying than we imagined. This eternal grade destinable divine artifact is unwilling to be tamed by the Shenhuang. Even Nine-Sword Shenhuang and the others might not be able to control it, let alone in such a chaotic battle. After losing her arm, Yuehua Emperor watched the battle calmly and did not participate for the time being. She had to admit that when she first saw the ghost blood curse, she was so excited that she almost went crazy. It was only when the ghost blood curse backfired and her arm was severed that she came to her senses. In the battlefield, after Nine Swords Shen Huang severed Yuehua Emperor's arm with 3 strikes, she did not say a word. She was the closest and directly held the ghost blood curse in her hand. At the same time, the 9 swords formed a sword array around her to protect her. Xiaoyu sword, Clear Sable sword, Red Cloud sword, Taya sword, Divine Abyss sword, Tian Jun sword, Ghost Shadow sword, Wind Chime sword, and Azure Blood sword. The 9 divine swords protected her. Sword shadows overlapped and murderous intent filled the sky. Just this move alone forced most of the ultimate Shenhuang emperors away, making them not dare to come close. Of course, this could stop ordinary ultimate Shenhuang emperors, but not treasure-snatching Daoist and the others. Now that it's a chaotic battle, I don't have to be anxious. Long Chen hid at the side and was not in a hurry to snatch it. With his current strength, he did not have an absolute advantage here. If I get the ghost blood curse and quickly open the divine nation, I can let Lingxi bring me to time shift technique. I wonder if Lingxi's laws can move the ghost blood curse. If the ghost blood curse resisted, the possibility was very low. However, he could give it a try when the time came. After all, there was no loss. Long Chen noticed that old demon Shiji, who was almost eliminated by treasure-snatching Daoist and Tai True God, had the same idea as him. She was not in a hurry to attack but hid herself. Whoosh! 9 swords Shenhuang controlled the 9 divine swords, controlling the ghost blood curse as she fled quickly. Everyone continued to chase. This was just the beginning, but it was already so intense. It could only mean that the ghost blood curse was too attractive. 9 swords Shenhuang does not have much of an advantage. The ghost blood curse is still spreading towards her body. Long Chen could already see that even though 9 swords Shenhuang was using all her strength to suppress it, her arms were already covered with pitch-black swastika symbols. They were densely packed and even rushed towards her body. Her fair skin and the black curse formed a strong contrast. Ugh! 9 swords Shenhuang groaned. She was probably in pain as her face turned pale. It seemed that the difficulty of dealing with the ghost blood curse was also beyond her imagination. She could only hold on for now. Mu Yuqing, where do you think you are going? At that moment, True God Tai descended on top of her head. At that moment, True God Tai held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his right hand and a small silver diamond hoop in his left. They were both destination-level divine weapons. Heaven's Will, Rui. Heaven's Will was the name of the horsetail whisk. Rui was the name of the diamond hoop. These two were half-eternal level destination level, on the same level as the god-slaying flying dagger. With a move of Heaven's Will, the silver threads on the horsetail whisk suddenly extended. Endless silver threads exploded and completely sealed off 9 swords Shenhuang's escape route from all directions. Then, they instantly wrapped around her, forming a huge ball of silver threads. It became an inescapable net, leaving 9 swords Shenhuang with nowhere to escape. Chapter 2960. The battle was extremely intense. Rui. True God Tai pointed and the Vajra hoop flew out, barging into the encirclement of Heaven's Will and fighting against the 9 divine swords of the 9-sword divine emperor. Even though he was surrounded by Heaven's Will and had to divert his attention to control the ghost blood curse, the 9-sword divine emperor could still control the 9 divine swords to fight against True God Tai. They were allies when they were dealing with old demon stone, but now they were mortal enemies. Bang! The Rui's power was powerful and it collided with 3 of the divine swords of the 9-sword divine emperor, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. If not for the ghost blood curse, I wouldn't have lost to you. The 9-sword divine emperor panicked. Put down the ghost blood curse. True God Tai charged again. Every strand of his heavenly horsetail whisk was like a flood dragon, violent and ferocious, constantly biting. At this moment, facing a great crisis, the nine-sword Shen Huang, who had been infected by the ghost blood curse due to fighting against the Tai true god, was on the verge of death. However, she suddenly had an idea. Without saying a word, she used all her strength to wave the extremely sharp ghost blood curse, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, and charged toward the inescapable net woven by the horsetail whisk. Rip! Several strands of silver broke. The heavenly horsetail whisk made a sound. True God Tai's face turned pale. She could only retract the heavenly horsetail whisk or the ghost blood curse would be destroyed. However, in this way, the nine-sword Shen Huang found a gap and escaped from it. Without a word, she controlled the nine swords to protect herself and fled quickly, disappearing before True God Tai's eyes in the blink of an eye. Don't even think of leaving. True God Tai chased after her. The others were also in pursuit. Long Chen was constantly on guard, looking for an opportunity. Because he was too focused on the ghost blood curse, he did not even see where Daoist Duobao and Old Demon Stone went. At that moment, the nine-sword Divine Emperor had already rushed far away, out of the Blood Fiend's encirclement. She was confident that as long as there was a quiet environment, she could fight the ghost blood curse and might succeed. Heaven-fixing needle. At that moment, Daoist Duobao's eyes were scarlet as he suddenly appeared before her. A thin needle in his hands suddenly pierced the void. Nine-sword Shen Huang's escape was stopped in an instant. Daoist Duobao appeared too quickly. Before the nine swords Divine Emperor could recover, he was stunned by the heaven-fixing needle for a moment. Of course, that moment was enough. At that moment, Daoist Duobao flipped his hands. A total of more than 10 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts appeared and instantly locked onto the nine swords Divine Emperor. Among them, 9 of them blocked the 9 divine swords of the nine-sword Shen Huang. One of the ropes was wrapped around the ghost blood curse. Daoist Duobao suddenly pulled it. In the end, the nine swords Divine Emperor could not control it and let the ghost blood curse fly to Daoist Duobao. The treasure had changed hands. Thank you, junior sister Yuqing. Daoist Duobao laughed loudly and turned to escape. More than 10 creation divine artifacts protected him, giving others a headache. Indeed, snatching it from the beginning was not the final victor. The one who had the last laugh would have the best laugh. Of course, Daoist Duobao might not have the last laugh. Behind him, True God Tai and the Nine Swords Divine Emperor were still chasing after him. Without the restriction of the ghost blood curse, the Nine Swords Divine Emperor was released. Among everyone, she was the fastest, and the distance between her and Daoist Duobao was constantly shrinking. As for the others, they had long been left behind. How smart. Long Chen was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Daoist Duobao did not suppress the ghost blood curse. Instead, he used 3 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts, a rope, a chain, and a silver thread, to wrap around the ghost blood curse and seal it before escaping with it. Even if the ghost blood curse was resisting now, the 3 primordial chaos creation divine artifacts would not be able to withstand it sooner or later. They might even be destroyed. However, in order to obtain the ghost blood curse, Daoist Duobao did not feel the pinch. These idiots are in a hurry to suppress the ghost blood curse now. They are simply courting death. As long as I leave this place, I can slowly suppress it. At the thought of that, Daoist Duobao felt great. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Long Chen followed behind Daoist Duobao. At that moment, Daoist Duobao was only paying attention to the Nine Swords Divine Emperor and the True God Primordial Unity. He had forgotten about someone, Old Demon Stone. Old Demon Stone had always been known for being cunning. From the beginning, he had hidden himself. He let the 3 of them fight for it. At that moment, he suddenly appeared. Thank you. He had long been here and had been preparing for a long time. This fierce battle became even more exciting because of Old Demon Stone's ambush. Everyone's strength was about the same. They could only fight with their wits and courage. It was an eye-opener for Long Chen. There was always a taller mountain. Psychic Stone Array. Compared to Daoist Duobao and the others who were in a hurry, Old Demon Stone had prepared the Psychic Stone Array for a long time. He had long been waiting for the fish to take the bait. As expected, Daoist Duobao and the other two entered his Psychic Stone Array. Suddenly, a rock array formation appeared under Daoist Duobao's feet. Bang! A shadow flickered. From beneath his feet, Daoist Duobao and the two divine emperors behind him were instantly petrified and could not move. It was clearly a sea of blood, but Old Demon Stone had turned the surroundings into a rock fortress. I'll take this ghost blood curse away. Treat it as a gift from you. Old Demon Stone laughed loudly. She also learned from Daoist Duobao and used her creation divine artifact to entangle the ghost blood curse. However, she only had one, so it was very unstable. The creation divine artifact could be torn apart by the ghost blood curse at any time. Therefore, she fled nervously without another word. My Psychic Stone Array has trapped the three of them. I shouldn't be able to last long. That was what Old Demon Stone was worried about. It was the first time she had used the Psychic Stone Array to trap three opponents at the same time. After all, she usually only dealt with one opponent. Therefore, she did not know what would happen when facing three opponents. After all, the three of them were ranked above her on the Divine Emperor list. Explode. Just as he obtained the ghost blood curse and turned to leave less than 100 meters away, the enraged Daoist Duobao exploded with colorful divine light. At that moment, his divine might was vast and his eyes were blood red. Old Demon Stone had actually snatched the ghost blood curse from him, an expert ranked 37th on the Divine Emperor list. Daoist Duobao was completely enraged. Ignorant. The Divine Emperor, Nine Swords and True God Primordial Unity fought for the Psychic Stone Array almost at the same time. It turned out that they were not united. However, they were enraged when Old Demon Stone used a trick to snatch the ghost blood curse. The three heavenly palaces would not let the ghost blood curse fall into the hands of outsiders no matter what. If that happened, the three heavenly palaces would be embarrassed. The Divine Emperor, Nine Swords and the others would rather the ghost blood curse fall into Daoist Duobao's hands than give it to Old Demon Stone. This time, Old Demon Stone had overestimated her abilities and underestimated the determination of the three heavenly palaces to eliminate dissidents. In the blink of an eye, the three experts on the Divine Emperor ranking attacked Stone Goddess, who was trying to escape at the same time. With one look, Long Chen knew that old monster Shiji was going to be completely eliminated. Wan Baozhu. Come here. Daoist Duobao was usually kind, but once he saw a treasure, he became a wild beast. Now, his clothes were torn apart, and his muscles were terrifying. A huge golden pillar suddenly appeared in his hand. It was somewhat similar to Long Chen's golden fiend suppression pillar, but there were not divine dragons coiled around the huge golden pillar. Instead, there were more than 10,000 creation divine artifacts. These creation divine artifacts were embedded in the 10,000 treasure pillar. Among them, there were ordinary order-level creation divine artifacts. A small number of creation-level creation divine artifacts. There were even primordial chaos creation divine artifacts. More than 10,000 creation divine artifacts were condensed into one. Of course, this 10,000 treasure pillar was also a primordial chaos creation divine artifact. However, it was infinitely close to the eternal grade. It could be considered a half-eternal level creation divine artifact that surpassed Heaven's Will and Rui. It was almost Daoist Duobao's first treasure. Daoist Duobao waved the huge 10,000 treasure pillar and roared. The sea of blood trembled. As he danced, the 10,000 treasure pillar carried tremendous divine power and Daoist Duobao's boundless anger as it smashed towards Old Demon Stone's head. Just this 10,000 treasure pillar was enough to subdue Old Demon Stone. However, that was not all. 9 Death's Sword Life. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor followed closely behind and fused the 9 swords in his hand. The fused divine sword formed a huge sword that illuminated the world. It was in no way inferior to Taoist Wubao's 10,000 treasure pillar. Heaven's will, death. True God primordial unity also used his laws. The heavens will horsetail whisk spread out, but it condensed into a huge silver snake. However, there were countless sharp thorns that spun and pierced towards Old Demon Stone's law heart. Old Demon Stone was stunned. She did not expect that she would be met with such killing intent after snatching that item. It was as if she was going to be killed directly. Damn it. The huge stone array in front of her was directly smashed by the 10,000 treasure pillar. There was no time to discuss. 3 types of death attacks broke through her layers of defense and smashed onto her body, causing a near-fatal blow. Damn it. At that moment, Old Demon Stone was furious. However, she knew in her heart that she had failed. If she didn't leave now, she would die here. 3 heavenly palaces. Finally, she looked at the ghost blood curse beside her and revealed a nostalgic expression. However, she could only leave. For the sake of her life, Old Demon Stone chose to crush the Death World Blood Pearl at the last moment. Before she was killed, she left the Death World and was eliminated. Boom! The 3 trajectories collided. Withdraw. After forcing Old Demon Stone out of the game, everyone conserved their strength. Even so, the surging power struck the Ghost Blood Curse. Under the intense collision, the Ghost Blood Curse was sent flying at a terrifying speed. Long Chen seized the opportunity and chased after it. Of course, Taoist Duo Bao also chased with all his might. Long Chen's position and speed were similar to theirs. He did not have much of an advantage. This is indeed an opportunity. If I don't obtain the Ghost Blood Curse this time, it won't be easy next time. Chapter 2961. This Divine Emperor Yu Hua, she should have some kind of concealment ability. If not, Long Chen and the 9 Swords Divine Emperor did not see her last time, and she suddenly appeared from the side. This time, Long Chen also noticed her. His attention was completely focused on the experts on the Divine Emperor list. After Old Demon Stone was eliminated, he only paid attention to Taoist Duo Bao and the other 2. Therefore, Divine Emperor Yu Hua's sudden appearance really surprised him. If it were any other time, her concealment ability might not be able to fool Long Chen and the others. But in this chaotic moment, everyone was paying attention to the Ghost Blood Curse. Who knew when an ordinary Divine Emperor like her would sneak here? As soon as she appeared, Divine Emperor Yu Hua smiled at him. Then, she moved very quickly. Catch! This sentence was directed at Long Chen. This made Long Chen recall that back in Heaven Pure Palace, she had indeed said that she would help Long Chen obtain the Ghost Blood Curse. But at that time, Long Chen thought she was just joking. Unexpectedly, because of her, Long Chen obtained the Origin Dragon Soul. And because of her, the Ghost Blood Curse made her an umbrella-like creation divine artifact bump into Long Chen. She knew how terrifying the Ghost Blood Curse was, so she naturally did not dare to touch it herself. From the moment Divine Emperor Yu Hua appeared to the moment the Ghost Blood Curse reached Long Chen, only a split second had passed. Instantly, Taoist Duo Bao, the 9 Swords Divine Emperor, and True God Tai were dumbfounded. It's you. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor was enraged. He turned and rushed towards the Ghost Blood Curse, the 9 divine swords in his hands already ready. Old Demon Stone was still somewhat qualified. Now that even Long Chen came to snatch the Ghost Blood Curse, it made them even angrier. In particular, Long Chen had already snatched the Origin Dragon Soul and Inheritance Blood Essence from the 9 Swords Divine Emperor. Humph. Taoist Duo Bao had not put away the 10,000 treasure pillar. He did not care who it was. Whoever snatched the Ghost Blood Curse was going against him. It was equivalent to killing him. In an instant, Long Chen had a certain level of confidence. The ghost blood curse was right in front of him and he could not let it go. At this moment, his longevity grass had already wrapped around the ghost blood curse. At the same time, he was prepared to open the god nation and let Lingxi out to try the revolving star passage technique to see if it would work. As long as he succeeded, the three of them wouldn't be able to catch up. At this juncture, he realized that the life force of the longevity grass had a certain suppressive effect on the ghost blood curse. Previously, Daoist Duobao had used 3 creation divine artifacts, but he had failed to suppress the ghost blood curse. However, the longevity grass had managed to do it temporarily. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. Just as Long Chen was about to use stellar transposition, something happened. The Divine Emperor of 9 Swords and the Daoist of Many Treasures chased after Long Chen. However, the Tai True God sneered. Not only did he not chase after Long Chen, but he also turned around. Heavens will tracking. The horsetail whisk in his hand instantly grew wildly like a plant. Silver threads extended out and pierced into the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, it caught Divine Emperor Yu Hua, who had just escaped. The countless silver threads tightly wrapped around Divine Emperor Yu Hua, preventing her from moving. They even cut into her flesh and blood, causing her jade-like skin to bleed profusely. Ugh! Divine Emperor Yu Hua knew that something was wrong and was about to crush the Death Realm Blood Pearl. However, the Tai True God had already predicted that she would do this. Therefore, several of the silver threads in the horsetail whisk instantly pierced her palm, causing the Death Realm Blood Pearl to fly out of her hand. Pfft! The Death Realm Blood Pearl was pierced by the silver threads, turning into a beam of blood light and vanishing. This meant that if Divine Emperor Yu Hua didn't snatch the Death Realm Blood Pearl from someone else, he wouldn't be able to leave this world. This was the Tai True God's goal. However, he didn't know that Long Chen still had a god nation. He could take Divine Emperor Yu Hua away. However, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was currently trapped by him. Even if he had a god nation, he didn't have one. Just as Long Chen was about to use the revolving star transposition technique, he saw that Divine Emperor Yu Hua was trapped, so he had no choice but to stop. Little brat, give me the ghost blood curse, or I'll take this woman's life. I mean what I say. The Tai True God stared coldly at Long Chen. The silver threads of his horsetail whisk stretched out. There were a total of thousands of them, sharp as needles, surrounding Divine Emperor Yu Hua. If the Tai True God wanted to, he could turn Divine Emperor Yu Hua into a hornet's nest. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was in grave danger. Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me. At this moment, Divine Emperor Yu Hua wasn't flustered at all. Even though she was in pain and her body was damaged, she acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled at them as if she was satisfied with her life after completing this task. She would have no regrets even if she died. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't do such a thing. The Tai True God's action was out of his expectations. In his imagination, the people from the 3 great heavenly palaces wouldn't be so despicable. He had underestimated their determination to obtain the ghost blood curse. Here, the Tai True God's patience was limited. With an angry roar, nearly half of the silver threads pierced into Divine Emperor Yu Hua's flesh. Divine Emperor Yu Hua cried out in pain. It was as if countless ants were crawling into his ears and heart, making his scalp go numb and his back light up. Suddenly, like worms, they crawled from his fingers into his divine body, up his arms, and tore through his flesh, spreading towards Long Chen's entire body. It was a burning pain. Long Chen looked down. Indeed, the symbol of the ghost blood curse had already spread towards his arms and started to crawl to his shoulders and his entire body. You overestimate yourself. When the ghost blood curse crawls all over your body, it will be the moment of your death. Daoist Duobao and True God Tai could not help but laugh out loud. They had never seen Long Chen's strength. They heard that he had defeated the 8 trigrams heavenly lord, but in their eyes, he was at most similar to Yuehua. At such a level, he actually dared to forcefully suppress the ghost blood curse when surrounded by the three of them. That was a joke. They could not be bothered to make a move. When the ghost blood curse killed Long Chen, they could start fighting. However, only the nine-sword divine emperor frowned. She had fought with Long Chen before and knew that Long Chen had many strange abilities. It might not be a good thing to let him control her. Therefore, she controlled the 9 swords and prepared to attack. Not only did the ghost blood curse attack his divine body, but it also seriously affected Long Chen's mind. He was originally filled with anger and murderous intent because of the injury of Divine Emperor Yu Hua. At this moment, the ghost blood curse was magnifying this infinitely. The weak are only worthy of being killed by me. The more people I kill, the stronger I will be. The woman's voice was like a kind of poison. In one of his eyes, there was still the swastika symbol. But it was only one eye. The ghostly blood curse was completely intercepted by the fire of life, and could not reach the other half. In the face of the eternal immortal sword formation, Long Chen's actions were unexpected but decisive. At this moment, he completely treated the curse of the ghost of blood as his own destinable artifact. He defied the heavens and changed his fate to form a counterattack. Chaos origin divine force rushed out from the curse of the ghost of blood, carrying with it the power of the curse of the ghost of blood. Sword of Time. Pop. He thrusted out a beam of sword chi. But it was not just illusory sword chi of time. It carried the color of blood, and even the swastika symbol. A beam of sword chi, with shocking speed, directly hit the eternal immortal sword formation in a very short time. It was a sword attack with the ghostly blood curse. Even the ghostly blood curse was helpless, because Long Chen was now suppressing it, and its counterattack was not successful. Crack. A shocking scene appeared. Under Long Chen's sword of time, the eternal immortal sword formation collapsed into countless sword chi, causing the 9 divine swords of the 9-sword celestial emperor to be sent flying. The ghostly blood curse and the sword of time were terrifying. But this was not the end. After the eternal immortal sword formation collapsed, the sword of time was even faster than the divine swords returning to the 9-sword celestial emperor. In an instant, it was in front of the 9-sword celestial emperor. How is this possible? The 9-sword celestial emperor's sword formation was broken, and her blood was roiling. Before she could say anything, she was even more shocked by the sword of time. Heavenly sword wheel. At the last moment, she called back the 2 swords as quickly as possible, but still allowed the sword of time to cut off one of her arms. Of course, this was only cut off by sword chi, and not by the ghostly blood curse, so the 9-sword celestial emperor was not dead. But even so, the ghostly blood curse attached to the sword chi quickly spread to her body. Heavily injured, the 9-sword celestial emperor retreated. She needed time to suppress the power of the ghostly blood curse, or she would undoubtedly die. The 9-sword celestial emperor retreated tens of thousands of meters away. This scene was simply shocking. She was not exaggerating, but she knew her situation best. Even if she did not believe it, she knew that she had been defeated. If she stayed there, she would only be in danger of being directly eliminated. If she chose to withdraw now, she might have the strength to fight again. Long Chen can release the power of the ghostly blood curse. Taoist Duobao and the Tai True God will not have it easy. Thinking of this, the 9-sword celestial emperor was not very anxious. She had accepted this reversal. Now she knew very well that Long Chen was definitely the biggest dark horse in this battle for the death. No wonder Emperor Jun wants to kill him. This young man is really special. Just as the 9-sword celestial emperor was thinking, and the others had not recovered from the battle between Long Chen and the 9-sword celestial emperor. Taoist Duobao saw that Long Chen could even use the power of the ghostly blood curse and really could not hold back. However, he did not act rashly. He was extremely cautious. The birth of a treasure, river of many treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh. In front of the Taoist of many treasures, one after another, appeared in front of him. In a flash, all his divine weapons of creation appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 kinds of divine weapons of creation in total. Even the million treasure pillar was only one of them. The river of many treasures was a rule. The Taoist of many treasures' divine power condensed into a river, and all the divine weapons of creation were in the river. Under the Taoist of many treasures' control, the river was like a fierce whip. This was the Taoist of many treasures' fusion rule. In Shangqing Heavenly Palace, he was unique. He was good at fusing many kinds of divine weapons of creation together and activating all the divine power of creation at the same time to form the most powerful attack. Because of this, he had reached the 37th place on the Divine Emperor ranking list. Most of his opponents had been defeated by his many divine weapons. Now, more than 20 divine weapons of creation in his river of many treasures almost gave birth to destructive power. The entire river of many treasures turned golden. Under the Taoist of many treasures' control, it tore apart the blood sea and attacked Long Chen. Bastard, release the ghostly blood curse. Touching the treasures he wanted was tantamount to killing him. Tai True God was clever. He also attacked, but he chose to slow down a bit. That way, he could attack Long Chen twice. He believed that Long Chen would not be able to withstand it. Heavens will die. As you wish. The two semi-eternal divine weapons of creation were used at the same time. Their power was only slightly weaker than the river of many treasures. In terms of the power of laws, Tai True God, who was ranked 42nd on the Divine Emperor ranking list, was still stronger than the Taoist of many treasures. The monstrous power was aimed at Long Chen. Although Long Chen temporarily controlled the ghost blood curse, the ghost blood curse's influence on him had never stopped. Blood qi surged in his eyes. Facing such a destructive attack, he could only smile coldly. Then, he exploded. Die. The ghostly blood curse had become his weapon. He wanted to force the power of the ghostly blood curse out. The Sword of Time. One sword, two swords, several swords in a row. It was crazy. This was an attack that could break 9-sword godly emperor's eternal immortal sword formation with one sword. The river of many treasures came like a golden whip. Long Chen rushed up and attacked 5 times. 5 sword chi with swastikas slashed the river of many treasures. 1 sword chi trembled, 2 sword chi collapsed. By the 5th sword, the river of many treasures was instantly shattered, and several divine weapons of creation were directly annihilated. Whoosh. The Taoist of many treasures retreated quickly. There were several bloody holes on his body. Those were the bloody holes made by the Sword of Time. The Sword of Time was too fast and too fierce. He could not block it. Ah! Taoist Duobao's treasure was damaged, and he was defeated on the spot. This made him let out a roar of unwillingness, and his face was almost distorted. In the end, like 9-sword divine emperor, he resisted the urge to fight Long Chen to the death and flew back helplessly. Because the ghostly blood curse had taken effect. If he did not suppress it, he would really die if he fought again. Ah! Along the way, the Taoist of many treasures was beating his chest and stamping his feet, as if his whole family had died. But he did not see anyone more miserable than him. The river of many treasures and True God Tai's attacks were similar. When Long Chen was facing the river of many treasures, True God Tai's heavens will Horsetail Whisk and the Wishful Vajra Chakram were attacking Long Chen from behind. Long Chen slashed the river of many treasures with a few slashes. He suddenly turned around and faced the Horsetail Whisk and the Vajra Chakram. His eyes were scarlet. He rushed forward, and the sharp tip of the ghostly blood curse pierced towards True God Tai. The final attack was Long Chen's strongest attack. True God Tai's face reminded him of Yu Hua Divine Emperor's serious injuries. Kill him. The ghostly woman kept talking, making it difficult for Long Chen to control his rationality. The ghostly blood curse was too cooperative this time. Whoosh. Chapter 2963. The sword could stab, chop, point, and sweep. The time sword could stab, chop, and sweep. And the karma thorn could stab. It was very compatible to use the sacrificial spear to execute the karma thorn's rules. But now, it was not impossible for Long Chen to stab with his long sword. The ghost blood curse whizzed forward. Previously, the ghost blood curse was still obstructing Long Chen, and the two powers had not completely merged, so the destructive power was limited. But this time, it was different. The ghost blood curse's good fortune heroic spirit was urging Long Chen to kill the Tai true god. Moreover, it was an attack with the karma thorn, so the power it used was naturally terrifying. The ghost blood curse's curse was entwined with the karma thorn's rules. Even if the primordial unity true god's heaven's will and the Rui scepter stubbornly resisted, the ghost blood curse's stab could not stop it. Long Chen's entire body turned into a streak of bloody light, piercing through the heaven's will and forcing the Rui scepter back. Then, he stabbed toward the primordial unity true god, who was very close. No. The Tai true god was defeated and let out a scream. He was naturally not willing to be defeated like this. He had completely lost the chance to fight for the ghost blood curse, and the ghost blood curse had fallen into the hands of an outsider. This was simply a merciless humiliation to him and the three heavenly palaces. But the more unwilling he was, the greater the danger of death. He could have crushed the dead world blood bead earlier, but he hesitated for a while, which allowed Long Chen's karma thorn to pierce through the layers of killing moves and stab his chest. The sharp blade pierced through his skin. Then, the Tai true god, in his jealousy and unwillingness, chose to crush the ghost blood curse. He turned into a bloody light and soared into the sky, disappearing in front of Long Chen, causing Long Chen's karma thorn to miss. Apart from the violent blood sea, everything seemed to be silent. He's dead. No. It was only after stabbing the Tai true god that Long Chen reacted. In fact, no matter how angry he was, it was wrong to directly kill a colossus like the three heavenly palaces. It was only because of the influence of the ghost blood curse that he was so heavy-handed. At that moment, the Nine Swords Divine Emperor and Daoist Duo Bao were defeated. They were fighting against the ghost blood curse and had lost their combat strength. They would need at least some time to recover. As for the Tai true god, he was forced out of the death rain. He couldn't even see what was going on and didn't know if he was dead or alive. They almost didn't see clearly whether Long Chen's ghost blood curse had really pierced the Tai true god. Although the other god emperors were also ranked on the god emperor ranking, they did not have the guts to step forward after seeing the representatives of the three heavenly palaces forcing Long Chen to retreat. They could only look at Long Chen in shock and reluctance as he began to truly subdue the ghost blood curse. He will definitely fail. The people of the three heavenly palaces were all waiting for this moment. Previously, people had been eliminated consecutively. After a long period of silence, the people who came out said that the ghost blood curse had appeared. Swoosh. Stone Fairy's face was pale as she was sent out. The people outside were all from the three heavenly palaces. No one felt sorry for her. Seeing her eliminated, the people from the three heavenly palaces were very happy. I just don't know who will get the ghost blood curse in the end. Among Daoist Duobao, Yuqing, or Tai Yi. This was in line with their initial expectations. Everyone waited nervously. Every moment in the fight for the treasure was a matter of life and death. Now that the ghost blood curse had appeared, the battle of the death rain would soon end. The outcome would also be revealed soon. Therefore, even if they were eliminated, many god emperors were still waiting. Everyone was guessing which heavenly palace would get the ghost blood curse in the end. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot out from the vortex below. Suddenly, in front of everyone's eyes, a person that everyone was very familiar with appeared. Tai true god. He was actually eliminated. Heavens, could it be that Daoist Duobao and the Nine Swords Divine Emperor teamed up? To them, this seemed to be the only possibility. Everyone hurriedly surrounded him. When they took a closer look, they were instantly stunned. Tai True God's face was pale and his body was trembling. He covered his chest with both hands and his eyeballs were about to fall out. His horsetail whisk and wishful vajra ring were dispersed powerlessly. His hair was disheveled, and when they took a closer look, they could see that his body was covered with densely packed black swastikas. Even his eyes were occupied by the ghost blood curse. Once the ghost blood curse was really injured, the speed at which the swastikas spread was simply terrifying. The 9 Swords Divine Emperor and the others could suppress the injuries caused by the sword chi, but Tai True God could not stop the speed at which the ghost blood curse spread. If not for his unwillingness at the end and not being eliminated in time, he would not have been stabbed by Long Chen with the ghost blood curse. But it was too late to say anything now. Everyone surrounded him and looked at Tai True God's current appearance in shock. This was the person they once revered. Even so, it was extremely painful. Ghost blood curse. He was hit by the ghost blood curse. Everyone shouted in shock. Even Di Jun, who was far away, was attracted. He also realized that the sword seemed to be very terrifying. Yes. All of a sudden, Dao Ancestor Shangqing, who had not shown himself in front of the crowd, suddenly appeared in front of Tai True God. He stretched out his hands and pressed on Tai True God's eyes. He used his hierarch level power and rushed into his eyes, but he still could not force the ghost blood curse out. Dao Ancestor Shangqing shook his head and said, "It's too late, Tai. We can't save you either." Dao Ancestor, Tai True God's face was pale. He struggled to stretch out his arm that was covered with the ghost blood curse. His eyes were bloodshot as he held on to Dao Ancestor Shangqing's hands and spoke with difficulty. "Tell me what you want to say in the end." Dao Ancestor Shangqing's eyes were deep. He still did not know what was going on inside, but he was a little worried that Daoist of Many Treasures had gone crazy to fight for the magic treasure, which caused Tai True God to be hit by the ghost blood curse. Daoist of Many Treasures was Dao Ancestor Shangqing's disciple. "Avenge, for me," after saying the last 4 words, the ghost blood curse on Tai True God's body flickered. In an instant, the ultimate deity emperor was crushed into pieces. Tai True God turned into ashes in front of Dao Ancestor Shangqing. Not even his remnant soul was left behind. In other words, his remnant soul had become a part of the ghost blood curse. It disappeared. Can anyone help me ask about the current situation of the death world? Dao Ancestor Shangqing closed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Dao Ancestor Shangqing was angry, everyone was even more shocked. At this moment, Daoist Xianqing had already asked about the situation, causing his body to tremble. Dao Ancestor. Just say it. Until now, Dao Ancestor Shangqing still thought that it was Daoist of Many Treasures who did it. That was his personal disciple. Tai True God actually wanted him to avenge him. This naturally put him in a difficult position. It might even affect his relationship with Dao Ancestor Yu Qing and Dao Ancestor Tai Qing. Daoist Xianqing was extremely shocked. He faced the crowd and said, "The one holding the ghost blood curse now is not someone from the 3 heavenly palaces. He actually managed to temporarily suppress the ghost blood curse. With the power of the ghost blood curse, Yu Qing and Daoist of Many Treasures were seriously injured. Even the deity emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces did not dare to make a move. Now, they are watching him subdue the ghost blood curse. Tai crushed the ghost blood curse one step too late during the fight with him. That's why he was stabbed by the ghost blood curse. This news was undoubtedly a heavy bomb. What? The hundreds of deity emperors present were stunned. Especially the people from the 3 heavenly palaces. This was originally their training ground. This time, the most important ghost blood curse was actually given to an outsider. Who is it? Who has the ability to do so? For a moment, everyone was waiting for Daoist Xianqing. Daoist Xianqing took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect him to be the Long Chen who defeated the 8 trigrams. He entered the death rain from the sky of Grand Pure. Long Chen. Everyone knew of him. The number 1 on the Godly King ranking, chased by Di Jun. In the end, he escaped to the death rain. He once defeated the Fire Cloud Heretic God and defeated Daoist Fengqing alone. Later, he defeated the 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch. In the end, he actually managed to achieve this. Moreover, the 13 blood crystals that appeared in the death rain have all fallen into his hands. It is said that he can open a divine kingdom in the death rain. Daoist Xianqing paused with every word, pushing the storm to the highest point. How is this possible? Who is this person? How does he have such ability? Daoist ancestor, you must avenge my senior brother. The 8 trigrams Heavenly Monarch led the disciples of the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace and knelt before Daoist ancestor Xianqing. At the same time, their news had clearly reached the Jade Pure Heavenly Palace. All the disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces were filled with righteous indignation as they waited for Daoist ancestor Xianqing's words. Daoist ancestor Xianqing was expressionless. At this moment, he waved his hand and said, since the death rain allows all the experts of the 3rd heaven to participate, they are qualified to fight for the death rain blood beads. It is normal for them to kill people by mistake during the battle. Long Chen did not go overboard. We, the 3 heavenly palaces, should dare to challenge him directly. If we are defeated and have to stand up for our seniors, what pride do we have? There were quite a number of people here who were not from the 3 heavenly palaces. They were naturally on Long Chen's side at this moment. For example, the stone goddess. If Daoist Xianqing decided to kill Long Chen, she would definitely mock him. Of course, if that happened, the people of the 3 heavenly palaces would be extremely dissatisfied. Although that was the rule, the treasures of the 3 heavenly palaces could really be snatched away by an outsider. How could they put their faces? They would be bullied and humiliated just like that. The cycle of karma will naturally be cleaned up. Just as everyone was feeling dissatisfied, Daoist Xianqing said one last sentence and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Naturally, someone would clean up. Everyone was shocked. They lifted their heads and saw Di Jun, who was staring at them with a burning gaze. He was the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list. Even the Domain Lord of Shady Sky could do nothing to him and could only leave. Yes, with him here, there was nothing to worry about. As long as Long Chen came out, he would definitely be the first to attack. There was no need for Daoist Xianqing to avenge True God Tai. Thinking of this, everyone felt much calmer. They were waiting for the final show to begin. Long Chen temporarily suppressed the ghost blood curse. After dealing with True God Tai, the first thing he did was to find Emperor Yuehua and Divine Emperor Yuhua. However, he still held the ghost blood curse in his hand, so he could not get too close to them. Now, even Emperor Yuehua admired Long Chen very much. She had touched the ghost blood curse before, so she knew how terrifying it was. Now, Divine Emperor Yuhua seemed to be better. You are amazing. Even though she was weak, she still smiled. Thank you. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have gotten the ghost blood curse so easily. Seeing that she had yet to recover, Long Chen's flame of life burned on her body. Under the influence of the flame of life, she gradually recovered. However, without a part of the flame of life, the ghost blood curse began to counterattack. The area of the ghost blood curse on Long Chen's body began to increase, and it even spread to his other eye. You. Divine Emperor Yuhua shook his head. It's fine. I will deal with it in a while. Long Chen had a sense of propriety. The ghost blood curse wouldn't be able to do anything to him with just a little bit of his flame of life. Divine Emperor Yuhua was injured because of him. No matter what, he had to repay him. Now, he was the one holding the ghost blood curse. This was his world. None of the divine emperors dared to come close. Only when Divine Emperor Yuhua's injuries were completely healed, and the power of heaven's will in his divine body was eradicated, did Long Chen let the flame of life return to his body. This time, he wanted to completely subdue this eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Chapter 2964. The lethality of the ghost blood curse was far greater than the god-slaying sword. Long Chen had a hunch that Tai True God was already dead. When the news reached them, the way the disciples of the three great sky palaces looked at Luo Yunyang had already changed from shock to hatred. However, he could not do anything about it as it was forced by the ghost blood curse. If it was not for the murderous weapon that affected his mind, he would not have needed to kill Tai True God. You're doomed. Even if you can subdue me, what can you do? You won't live for long. The voice of the creation heroic spirit was cold and evil. At that moment it was attacking Long Chen fiercely. A large number of swastika symbols swarmed towards Long Chen. That was the real reason why the ghost blood curse forced him to kill Tai True God. The ghost blood curse was undoubtedly crazy. It was not willing to be controlled by a divine emperor below the ultimate god level. That was why it resisted. Of course, that was also how it sought a master. What it wanted was the strongest existence. Only then could it be worthy of the ghost blood curse. No one can take my life. You, even more so. When everything quietened down, Long Chen focused all his attention on the ghost blood curse. His consciousness rushed into the world of the ghost blood curse. It was a blood-red world, very similar to the blood sea, but much more ferocious. In the blood sea of the ghost blood curse, there were countless mountains of corpses, demons, and giant beasts. In addition to the endless corpses, there were also endless remnant souls. There were trillions of them. When Long Chen came in, many dead souls cried and rushed towards him. The chaotic and miserable cries were like nightmares that affected one's mind. Such a disgusting scene could only be described as terrifying. Long Chen noticed that among the endless corpses, there were black swastikas flowing out and merging with the blood sea. The entire blood sea was filled with the swastikas as if they were alive, crawling in the blood sea. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then get lost. The woman's voice continued to ring in Long Chen's ears. She was about to appear. The blood sea and the mountains of corpses were tumbling. In the blood sea, countless skeletons were floating and the dead souls were screaming and escaping. Kacha! A huge skull floated up. Then, the pure white skull split into two, and a woman appeared in Long Chen's eyes. She stood up from within the skull, and it was hard to imagine that this was actually an incomparably beautiful young lady. She was definitely a peerless beauty in the myriad of worlds, and her beauty was impeccable. However, her temperament was completely different from Lingxi and Li Xuanji. She didn't have the ethereal immortal qi of Lingxi, nor did she have the cold charm of Li Xuanji. From head to toe, her entire body was filled with coldness, bloodthirstiness, and seductiveness, but even so, it was still a kind of breathtaking beauty. When Shao Chen appeared from the Scarlet Sea, he only had 2 scarlet scarves wrapped around his chest and waist, making one's imagination run wild. Her long hair hung down to her waist, and it was actually the color of blood. It was like a blood-colored waterfall, cold and shocking. Her eyes were also the color of blood as she looked at Long Chen. From her eyes, it was possible to see the vicious world of blood. There was a strange smile on her scarlet lips. Although she was beautiful, it was also frightening. Her figure was also outstanding and extremely seductive. Now, she even twisted her body, showing off her curves. Like a lover rubbing against each other's ears, she asked Long Chen, "Tell me, am I beautiful?" Long Chen had seen many women, and he didn't lack beauty. At this time, he sized her up and said, "Don't waste your effort. You're just a fate heroic spirit. What can you do no matter how beautiful you are? Don't think that you can affect me with such little tricks." In the world of the ghost blood curse, Long Chen was fighting against her with his will. The real fight was between his strength and the ghost blood curse. "My name is Ghost 7. Such a beautiful name, such a beautiful person. At this point, the girl's expression instantly turned cold and arrogant. She said in a cold and arrogant tone, "You think you can have me? If you're not a supreme deity, you're blaspheming me." Long Chen found her much more pleasing to the eye when she was so fierce. Now, under her control, the entire sea of blood and mountains of corpses were trembling. Countless dead souls surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen was fighting against her entire world. "Get out of here." Although Ghost 7 was furious, her voice was quite pleasant. Although she was a fate heroic spirit, it was indeed the best choice. However, Long Chen wanted to subdue her. There was only one thing he needed to do to a fate heroic spirit, and that was to crush her. From the moment he had held her until now, Long Chen had had enough of her. "The ghost blood curse is my body. How dare you desecrate my body with your filthy hands?" Ghost 7 was extremely arrogant. She had led the billions of remnant souls and used the sea of blood and corpse, as well as the countless swastikas, just to drive Long Chen out. On the surface, she was attacking Long Chen's flame of life in front of the ghost blood curse. Long Chen harumphed coldly and said no more. The ghost blood curse was arrogant, but since he had gone this far, he naturally had to do his best to make her speechless. Therefore, at this moment, he directly transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon in the world of the ghost blood curse. Rumble. The giant beast appeared and revealed its bloodline. As the true ancestor of the blood tribe, although it was young and did not have an origin dragon soul, its aura was enough to crush the ghost blood curse. "What is this?" Ghost 7's blood-red eyes widened. Rumble. The ancient blood spiritual dragon rushed into the sea of blood. Outside, the flame of life fused with a trace of blood, and it pounced on the ghost blood curse. Annihilation Dragon Seal. The ghost blood curse was suppressed by Long Chen's Annihilation Dragon Seal, and all the souls retreated. As soon as they came into contact with the Annihilation Dragon Seal, they would be destroyed by Long Chen. Damn it. Bloodlust Curse. Ghost 7 was the master of this place, so it was not easy for Long Chen to catch her. She kept changing forms and chanting a curse. The curse invisibly approached Long Chen, and there was no way he could resist it. Ugh! Under the influence of the bloodlust curse, the hatred in Long Chen's heart surged. His hatred grew, and his killing intent grew stronger. However, the more he lost his mind, the more he fell under Ghost 7's control. Idiot! Ghost 7's blood-red hair danced in the wind as she sneered. She continued to strengthen the bloodlust curse, imbuing it all into Long Chen's body. Outside, the bloodlust curse affected Long Chen as well, reducing his flame of life and allowing the ghost blood curse to suppress it. He seems to be dying. At this rate, it won't be long before he fails. As expected, he doesn't have the right to control the ghost blood curse. The people of the 3 heavenly palaces were overjoyed. "Let's kill these 2 women." Ghost 7 laughed sinisterly. She circled around Long Chen, her long hair and the blood-red scarf fluttering in the wind. "Kill." The 2 women were Yuhua and Yuhua. Long Chen raised his head. One of his eyes was filled with the ghost blood curse, while the other half was. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand as he approached Divine Emperor Yuhua. Suddenly, he saw Divine Emperor Yuhua's smile. "What am I doing?" Long Chen suddenly realized that Ghost 7 had used the curse to control him, and that he had almost fallen for it. It seems that the power of slaughter comes from the same source as hers, which makes it easier for her to influence me. That should be the case. Just as Ghost 7 was feeling smug, Long Chen suddenly transformed from a primordial blood spiritual dragon to a chaotic heavenly fate dragon. He had changed his fate. The bloodlust curse completely disappeared. The dragon of destiny seemed to be unaffected by the bloodlust curse. Then, Long Chen turned into a Taiji spiritual dragon. Flame of life. The boundless flame of life spread through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When Ghost 7 came into contact with the flame of life, her body began to emit smoke and burn marks appeared on her skin. Her face was almost ruined. Outside, the flame of life was winning. The ghost blood curse was forced to retreat. You. Ghost 7 had been smiling proudly before, but now her entire sea of blood was surrounded by the flame of life. This was the flame she was most afraid of. She had lost most of her abilities under the influence of the flame. Stop. Stop. The entire sanguinary world was filled with Ghost 7's screams. The entire sanguinary world was tumbling under the flame of life. Outside, the godly flames could see that the swastika symbol in Long Chen's right eye had disappeared. The ghost blood curse that had occupied half of his body was rapidly retreating. From half of his body to only his arm, it was shrinking as well. The flame of life was burning rapidly, forcing the ghost blood curse to retreat. The ghost blood curse trembled in the flame of life. Do you submit? Long Chen's 15 dragon heads spoke at the same time. The law of life was indeed the ghost blood curse's nemesis. If not for that, it would not have been easy for Long Chen to deal with Ghost 7. The crimson-haired girl screamed angrily. She was still holding on, but soon, she couldn't hold on any longer. Although she didn't acknowledge Long Chen's strength, Long Chen could control her, suppress her, and restrain her. She had no choice but to submit to him, but this didn't mean that she was already convinced. Only then did Long Chen retract his flame of life. Outside, the ghost blood curse had been forced back into the blood sword by Long Chen. It no longer dared to invade Long Chen's body. Even if you become my master, I won't recognize you unless you become an ultimate god. Before that, don't expect me to treat you nicely. She wanted Long Chen to suppress her with his real ability, not this kind of restraint. Up to you. As long as Long Chen could control it, he could not be bothered with her expression. Now that he had succeeded, he had gained control of Ghost 7 and made the Fortune heroic spirit recognize him as its master. This was equivalent to obtaining the power of the Eternal Fortune Divine artifact. Not only did it contain the terrifying Fortune Divine force, but it also contained the terrifying ghost blood curse. You'd better not touch me with your filthy hands. After being controlled, Ghost 7 was so anxious that she vomited blood. The ghost blood curse in Long Chen's hand made her feel uncomfortable. However, no matter what, it was finally settled. I can ask her about the ancestral star later. He was not in a hurry. What's your name, you nameless nobody? Ghost 7 glared at him coldly with her blood-red eyes. My name is... Father. Do you want to shout? Fall? What kind of strange name is that? Are you playing with me? After gaining control of her, Long Chen had a better understanding of the ghost blood curse's power. When he put away the ghost blood curse, it turned into a black swastika symbol and condensed on his palm. When he looked up, everyone was staring at him with wide eyes. Chapter 2965. The ghost blood curse has really become his. It has recognized him as its master. Most of those who remained here were divine emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces. Ever since the Death Rain battle, this was the first time an eternal-level treasure had fallen into the hands of an outsider. Furthermore, this was the most precious treasure they had seen so far. Moreover, it was not the stone fairy, but the unknown Long Chen. He had become the biggest dark horse in this battle, obtaining everything that everyone wanted. The moment the ghost blood curse disappeared from his hand, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. From the looks of it, the outcome was more or less set. However, at this time, the 9-sword Shen Huang and the Taoist of many treasures had already expelled the ghost blood curse from their bodies. They stood up, and their eyes were naturally filled with hatred and unwillingness, especially the Taoist of many treasures. That was the ghost blood curse that he had longed for day and night for a long time. I remember that Di Jun, who ranks first on the Divine Emperor list, is waiting for you outside the Death Rain. Therefore, even if you obtain the ghost blood curse, you won't dare to leave the Death Rain, right? The 9-sword Shen Huang said, enunciating each word. That's right. Long Chen had not been able to seriously injure them, so they still had to be careful of these two opponents. The Taoist of many treasures and the nine-sword Shen Huang looked at each other. Their eyes were still red and burning. The nine-sword Shen Huang said, "Do you know that according to the rules of the Death Rain battle, the battle will only end when you control the treasure and leave the Death Rain? Only then will you be the true owner of the Ghost Blood Curse. Since you don't dare to leave the Death Rain, that means that we still have a chance, as long as we kill you." At this point, the Taoist of many treasures had already moved his fat feet towards Long Chen. He had already taken out a large number of destinable artifacts, and his aura surged once again. Beside him, the nine-sword Shen Huang obviously had the same idea, so she had already controlled the 9 swords. This time, they naturally had to join forces to deal with Long Chen. It was not only for themselves, but also for the dignity of the 3 heavenly palaces. It was not just them. The other divine emperors were all eager to make a move. "It seems that if I don't let you out, I won't be able to have any peace." Long Chen smiled coldly. He might not have had the right to speak like this when he first entered the Death Rain, but things were different now. No matter how unwilling and how much Ghost 7 cursed at him, the Ghost Blood Curse was still in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen's power merged with the Ghost Blood Curse's divine power of creation and continued to rise. To the Taoist of many treasures and the 9-sword Celestial Emperor, Long Chen was a terrifying enemy. Attack! For a moment, it was not just the two of them. All the deity emperors of the 3 great heavenly palaces held their Death World blood pearls in their hands and charged at Long Chen. They knew how terrifying the Ghost Blood Curse was. They absolutely could not be injured. Otherwise, even if their skin was grazed, they would die. Rumble. The battle began. Of course, the 2 people who brought the greatest danger to Long Chen were the 9 swords divine emperors. At that moment, Taoist Duobao's Duobao River condensed again and lashed over like a long whip. The 9 swords divine emperors' 9 swords merged into one. 9 deaths, 1 life sword. This sword had a slim chance of survival. 9 killing moves. Long Chen almost closed his eyes. He turned into a bloody shadow and charged forward. He only used one rule, and that was the Sword of Time. It was the fastest and most accurate. It had the power to travel through time and change time and speed. Before the Duobao River was completely formed and the 9 swords had not merged into one, the Sword of Time with the Ghost Blood Curse had already arrived. Sizzle. This time, Long Chen was even more ruthless than the last time. Under the Sword of Time, Taoist Duobao's rule collapsed directly. What made him extremely distressed was that several creation divine weapons were directly torn apart by the Sword of Time. Of course, 2 of the 9 swords divine emperor's divine swords were also broken. The Ghost Blood Curse was simply the killer of creation divine weapons. Without an eternal level creation divine weapon, it would be a joke to fight with Long Chen. Scram if you don't want to die. With a whoosh, Long Chen tore apart the Duobao River and stabbed at Taoist Duobao. No! Taoist Duobao roared. However, before the Ghost Blood Curse arrived, he crushed the Death World Blood Pearl and left dejectedly. Taoist Duobao was eliminated. And you? Long Chen turned around and attacked the 9 swords divine emperor. She felt distressed about the 2 divine swords. Now that the situation was over, Long Chen, who had obtained the Ghost Blood Curse, was enough to crush her. She knew in her heart that she also crushed the Death World Blood Pearl. Disciples of the 3 heavenly palaces, follow me out. As the 9 swords divine emperor left, the divine emperors of the 3 heavenly palaces also scrambled to leave. Because Long Chen said something. I seem to be missing a Death World Blood Pearl. Who will give it to me? As soon as he said that, everyone realized that Divine Emperor Yu Hua no longer had the Death World Blood Pearl. For a moment, almost everyone quickly fled. From Long Chen's performance this time, they knew that the Ghost Blood Curse was his. Unless it was above the level of Taoist Xianqing or even a godly venerable, they would not be able to take the ghost blood curse from Long Chen. In the end, only Divine Emperor Yu Hua and Great Emperor Yu Hua were behind Long Chen. All the divine emperors of the death world had probably left. How can you do this? My sister doesn't have the death world blood pearl. Great Emperor Yu Hua thought that he would take one, but he did not expect that he would let everyone run away. Don't worry, I have a way to take her away. Long Chen put away the ghost blood curse. After listening to Gue Qi's complaints, he went to Divine Emperor Yu Hua. Divine Emperor Yu Hua looked much better now. Sister, you go first. I'll follow him, Divine Emperor Yu Hua said with a smile. Long Chen said cautiously, it's not that I don't want to snatch the Death Realm blood pearl, but everyone here knows that you have a close relationship with me. I'm worried that Di Jun will threaten you after you leave. Isn't he waiting outside? Therefore, I might have to trouble you to stay with me in the Death Realm for a while longer. Of course I'm not afraid with you around. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said with a smile. In fact, even if he stayed in the Death World, there was still the Era Sky Fiend, a great enemy. But Long Chen still felt that the Era Sky Fiend was easier to deal with than Di Jun. He still did not understand the mysteries of the Death World and did not want to find the so-called core of the Death World. He did not want to leave for the time being. As for Divine Emperor Yu Hua, she had helped him many times, but because of their close relationship, whether she went out or stayed here, she would be in danger. But Long Chen had no choice but to apologize. Great Emperor Yu Hua did not know about the Era Sky Fiend. She thought about it and said, all right, you stay in the Death World for a while. I told you long ago not to go near him. Now that something has happened, you have to bear the consequences. All right, stop nagging. Divine Emperor Yu Hua looked indifferent and said with a smile, which made Great Emperor Yu Hua speechless. Of course, Great Emperor Yu Hua and Long Chen went a little too far. Presumably, Di Jun would not be so bored. Then, Great Emperor Yu Hua left the Death World. Only Long Chen and Divine Emperor Yu Hua were left in the vast Death World. I'm sorry to have dragged you into such a dangerous situation. Now that I'm in danger on both sides, I can only keep you by my side. I already said, it's okay, Divine Emperor Yu Hua did not mind at all. Next, I'll probably deal with the Era Sky Fiend, so I'll let you into my God Kingdom. If I lose, you'll be in trouble too. Of course, it was not just Yu Hua. He was involved in the fate of countless others. If he lost, it would be a kind of death. The end of hope. To Long Chen, the Era Sky Fiend was the greatest enemy in the Death World. Now that he had the Ghost Blood Curse, he had to think of a way to fight back. After Great Emperor Yu Hua came out, most of the divine emperors who had entered the Blood Spirit Abyss came out. Some of them were killed, but not many. Only Long Chen and Divine Emperor Yu Hua without the Death World's blood bead are left. It's said that Long Chen can temporarily open the God Kingdom. He should be able to bring Divine Emperor Yu Hua out. No, Di Jun is waiting here. According to his original plan, he might stay in the God Kingdom until he can deal with Di Jun, or until the next Death World opens. That's tens of thousands of years away. This Long Chen is a terrifying existence. Maybe he can really deal with the number one on the Divine Emperor list during this time. While they were talking, they couldn't help but look at Di Jun in awe. He thought we could force Long Chen out, but he didn't expect Long Chen to be the biggest winner. Now that we've lost face, he's probably depressed and impatient. I'm curious, will he wait here forever? Or maybe he'll find a way to enter the Death World. No matter how helpless the three heavenly palaces were, they couldn't do anything if Long Chen didn't come out of the Death World. In fact, Dao ancestor Shangqing had already discussed it with Di Jun. They allowed Di Jun to wait here, and could even discuss letting Di Jun enter the next time the Death World opened. However, they had a condition that Di Jun could only deal with Long Chen, and nothing else. Then, after killing Long Chen, the Ghost Blood Curse would be returned to the three Dao ancestors. Di Jun's original goal was the Origin Dragon Palace, so he naturally agreed. Therefore, the three heavenly palaces had nothing else to do here. They began to return. The death world struggle was over for now. Daoist Duobao returned to the Prime Pure Heavenly Palace, and Nine-Sword Shenhuang returned to the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. Of course, the three great heavenly palaces had left some spies here. Once Long Chen came out and fought with Di Jun, they would rush back quickly and take away the ghost blood curse. As for the death of the Tai True God, Di Jun being able to kill Long Chen could be considered as revenge for him. Otherwise, they couldn't do anything about it. If the death world didn't open, they couldn't enter. The people of the third heaven gradually dispersed. Above the vast blood spirit abyss, only Di Jun stood at a high place, motionless. In the death world, Long Chen could roughly guess the situation outside. Then I'll let you enter my god nation first. Move quickly, I can't hold on for too long, said Long Chen to Divine Emperor Yuhua. It seemed that after obtaining the ghost blood curse, Divine Emperor Yuhua seemed to have fulfilled a wish. Long Chen knew that the person she truly liked wasn't him, so he only treated her as an elder sister. All right. Yuhua knew that he was in danger. Long Chen opened up his god nation and controlled it. At this instant, the sea of knowledge behind Divine Emperor Yuhua swirled, and the appearance of Era Heavenly Devil suddenly condensed. Chapter 2966. Or rather, the Era Heavenly Devil had been lying in ambush. After coming to the death reign, he had undergone a miraculous change. He seemed to be able to do things that many people couldn't. It was a miracle. In a split second, Long Chen grabbed the ghost blood curse, and the sword of time stabbed towards Divine Emperor Yuhua's back. Divine Emperor Yuhua still didn't understand why Long Chen wanted him to enter the Divine Kingdom. Why did he seem to want to kill him? He won't kill me. It must be that Era Heavenly Devil. By the time Divine Emperor Yuhua reacted, his expression had changed. Have you forgotten about me? The Era Heavenly Devil's face was as calm as still water. He looked at Long Chen like an old friend. In the next instant, Long Chen's sword of time shattered the Era Heavenly Devil. The power of the eternal Great Fortune Divine Artifact annihilated the sea behind Divine Emperor Yuhua. The Era Heavenly Devil vanished as soon as he appeared. However, the changes in this instant were too great. Long Chen could be said to have underestimated him. In order to prevent any accidents, he had already sent Divine Emperor Yuhua into the Divine Kingdom as fast as possible to protect her from the Era Heavenly Devil's threats. He didn't expect to be one step too late. In the past, you sent a large number of my brothers here, and some of them were sent to hell. My heart isn't without pain. It's a cycle of misfortune, and now it's your turn. It's a pity that Mo Xiaolang didn't appear by your side. Otherwise, it wouldn't be her. Although the Era Heavenly Devil had vanished, his voice reverberated throughout the world. Come. If you want to avenge her, come in this direction. Of course, if you decide to submit to me, come in this direction too. I'm approaching you. I can't wait to meet you, Long Chen. As the Era Heavenly Devil spoke, the blood sea changed. All of the seawater surged up into the sky. The death rain was not composed of the sky and the sea of blood. The sky had disappeared, and had been completely submerged by the sea of blood. At the same time, the area around Long Chen had changed dramatically. He was surrounded by the endless sea of blood, and yet, in front of him was an empty passageway. Clearly, the true body of the epic Heavenly Devil was at the end of the passageway, and was hurrying toward him. I hope that your final decision will be to submit to me. I have already prepared the troll contract for you. Become a member of my primeval troll clan, and you will accomplish everything you wish to accomplish. These were the last words left behind by the Era Heavenly Demon. His voice disappeared into the endless passageway of the Blood Sea. Revenge. This word gave Long Chen a very bad premonition. Revenge, could it be that, although he had forced Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil away, at this moment, Celestial Emperor Yuhua still collapsed into his arms, his eyes blurred. Time acceleration. Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil imprinted a terrifying power of time on her back. It was an illusory and blood-red brand, which completely fused into Celestial Emperor Yu Hua's smooth back. There was no way to stop it. Once, Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil used this rule in front of Long Chen and Celestial Emperor Yu Hua, and killed Yu Chong instantly. That was the white bones of beauty. It was not just a kind of time acceleration. The rule of time, in the hands of Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil, underwent a magical change. It was also a kind of death. Am I going to die? Celestial Emperor Yu Hua's face turned pale. His hands grasped Long Chen feebly, and he became very weak. Obviously, although Long Chen had forced Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil to retreat, Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil still managed to force his white bones of beauty rule to hit Celestial Emperor Yu Hua. Because of Long Chen's obstruction, it was not as terrifying as Yu Chong's. However, Long Chen had already seen Yu Hua's aging. It was not just time, but also a kind of power of death. Yu Hua was hit by white bones of beauty. This reality caused Long Chen to lose all sense of propriety. He naturally understood that this interesting sister of his could very well disappear in his arms. In fact, it was not just a possibility, but a certainty. The only thing he could help was the flame of life, but it could not stop the passage of time. It could not stop Yu Hua's skin from losing its luster, nor could it stop her black hair from turning white. Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil. The hatred in Long Chen's heart was stimulated bit by bit. Soon, it reached a monstrous level. Although he had not known Celestial Emperor Yu Hua for long, this woman had helped him a lot, and she had been thinking of him wholeheartedly. Long Chen could not let her gradually die in his arms without being able to do anything about it. However, he had to admit that he already discovered that his attainments in time were inferior to the epic Heavenly Devils. That was why he couldn't stop this beauty's white bones. Even though Yu Hua's decline was much slower, there would still be a moment when she would become old and ugly, only leaving behind a set of white bones. This was Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil's goal. He wanted to make Long Chen feel pain, to make him experience the feeling of losing someone close to him, to make him feel fear and have no other choice. From then on, Long Chen would submit to him. He understood Long Chen, and if he didn't use ruthless methods and force him, he wouldn't submit. Don't die, don't die. No matter how Long Chen thought of a way to incite the flame of life, he could not save Yu Hua's life. In the end, his anger, hatred, unwillingness, and guilt all fused together. It was a nightmare. My good little brother, be happy. Life and death are common in the myriad worlds. Big Sister has already prepared for it, so why be sad? Seeing that Long Chen was unable to control his emotions, Divine Emperor Yu Hua stretched out his powerless arm and lightly touched Long Chen's rigid face. Before death, she actually didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Instead, it was a kind of release. Long Chen seemed to have never experienced the feeling of someone he cared about dying in his arms, and he was powerless to do anything about it. If it wasn't for Yu Hua talking to him politely, he would have already charged at Ji Yuan's Sky Demon. He wanted to tear him apart to vent the hatred in his heart. I don't need you to save me, and I don't need you to take revenge for me. I just want you to listen to me in the time I have left, okay? In the face of death, Divine Emperor Yu Hua still smiled and talked to Long Chen. It was as if she was not the one who was dying. Long Chen took a deep breath and controlled the chaos in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Speak, I am listening." Divine Emperor Yu Hua was already very satisfied. Her eyes were losing color, but there was still light in them. She said softly, "Actually, I've already fulfilled my long-cherished wish to live. To me, death is not that scary. You know what I'm talking about, right? I've finally obtained the ghost blood curse. I've helped you obtain it. That's enough. As for why, it's because I was once deeply in love with a man. He brought me to travel the myriad worlds, and we experienced many things. He was always protecting me, as if there was only happiness in his life. Many years passed like this, and I wished that the future would always be like this, but he didn't seem to think so. Perhaps after that, there was a disagreement between us. He wanted to become stronger and break through to the ultimate god realm. It was something that he dreamed of doing and could never let go. When he heard about the ghost blood curse, he came to the third heaven, my hometown. He tried his best to get the ghost blood curse from the 3 heavenly palaces, and I tried my best to help him. However, I couldn't help him at all. At that time, he longed for it day and night. I was in pain because I couldn't help him at all. What happened after that? Long Chen watched as she gradually aged and talked about these memories of the past. His heart felt like it was bleeding. Later, he left me. In order to make preparations for the ghost blood curse, I stayed behind in the third heaven. After a long time, he returned by himself. He actually fought against 3 Dao patriarchs and tried to steal the ghost blood curse. In the end, he was killed by the 3 Dao patriarchs. All I could do was watch from the sidelines. I hated myself for not being able to help him. That story was the knot in her heart. Now, she was able to help him. However, Long Chen was not the person she loved. She knew it in her heart, and so did Long Chen. However, she still proved herself. Although she said it in a simple manner, that relationship would definitely have many details. There would be a lot of heartache and pain. Actually, what pained my heart the most was that it was a pity. I thought that if he loved me enough, he wouldn't have been so desperate, wouldn't have been so fanatical, and wouldn't have given up his life for a fortune divine tool. He abandoned me to chase after the ghost blood curse, and then suddenly disappeared from this world, leaving no trace of life for me. I'm not too sure if a fortune divine tool is really more important than me. She had withered and become ugly. However, her smile was still beautiful. In the end, I understood. Actually, the ghost blood curse was just a very ordinary thing. I did what I wanted to do, but he did not cherish it. It was only his pursuit. I don't blame him. I'm sorry, this is really a boring story. Not many people know that I was once a couple with him. It's just that I couldn't accept it in my heart, so I kept remembering it. Yu Hua's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Or perhaps, this story was enough to explain why she treated him so well. She only wanted to find someone to prove that she could help him obtain the ghost blood curse. That's all. It's time for me to go. This era heavenly devil is really despicable. You have to take revenge for Big Sister and make him ugly as well. 2 drops of tears flowed out of Yu Hua's eyes. Long Chen held her hands. He could clearly feel her life slipping away bit by bit. If he knew the result, I don't know if he would still be like a moth flying into a flame, or if he would choose to stay with me forever. There was no answer to this question. For example, Long Chen carried so many things on his shoulders. Once these responsibilities came into conflict with the people around him, it would be the most difficult time for him to make a decision. After saying this, Yu Hua gradually dissipated in his hands, turning into white bones. You didn't deserve to die. Chapter 2967. Long Chen witnessed a slow death with his own eyes. He saw Yu Hua perish under the rule of the white bones of a beautiful woman, leaving only her bones and a few wisps of her soul floating in the blood sea. The sight of the white bones of a beautiful woman was shocking. Only Long Chen knew how much he had changed after witnessing it with his own eyes. He didn't have a deep relationship with Yu Hua. If it were Lingxi or Mo Xiaolang, he would have gone crazy. She shouldn't have died. Now is the time for her to let go of the knot in her heart and start a new life. How can she die here? Long Chen looked at the white bones in his hand and the wisps of soul. This time, he had a deep feeling about the word life. A strong desire was driving him. It reminded him of the time when the God King of Hell wanted to kill Lingxi. He remembered that Lingxi had almost disappeared in front of him. That scene was a nightmare. It was as if the white bones in his hand were Lingxi. No, I can't die. In the past, the rules of fate had allowed Long Chen to defy the heavens and change his fate. But now, the white bone in his hand had lost its color, but it was challenging the limits of his heart. In his life, many scenes of lingering between life and death kept reappearing in his eyes. Life was like a candle flame. Sometimes it flourished, sometimes it flickered. When the candle flame was extinguished, it was the time for life to disappear. Extinguishing is the end. But the Tai Chi spirit dragon can even create life. Why can't it bring the dead back to life? Even the ruler of the Shady Sky region could find Mo Sang's soul and bring her back to life with precious treasures. Although Yu Hua's situation was much worse, Long Chen didn't give up. Yu Hua had helped him a lot. This time, he got the ghost blood curse and the origin dragon soul thanks to her. He felt indebted to this woman, but he also respected her. Beauty on white bones, beauty on white bones. Life and death are transformed by a single thought. Right now, he had made great progress in many of his laws. The only thing he lacked was life, but he hadn't made any progress. He lacked comprehension and experience, and Yu Hua's disappearance had given him a deep impact, giving him a new understanding of life. Definitely. He can bring the dead back to life. The chaotic origin fate dragon could defy the heavens and change fate, while the Tai Chi spirit dragon could bring the dead back to life. However, Long Chen suddenly remembered, if the Tai Chi spirit dragon can be resurrected, then why did he die? This thought directly interrupted Long Chen's train of thought. Perhaps there was no such thing as resurrection. This made him dejected, and his expression became sorrowful. In the God Nation, everyone looked at him with concern and helplessness. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, they still had a good impression of Yu Hua. Big brother, I think the ancestral dragon isn't really dead. Isn't your existence precisely the Tai Chi spirit dragon's resurrection? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang said. Boom. His previous thought had smashed Long Chen into the depths of the abyss. And Mo Xiaolang's words had pushed him to a new peak. At this moment, he felt as if he had entered a new world. Everything in front of him was suddenly clear and wondrous. That's right. My existence is precisely the Tai Chi living dragon's resurrection. The more powerful a living being is, the harder it is for it to be reborn after it dies. The Tai Chi living dragon is already extremely powerful, but it still can't bring the dead back to life. Compared to the ancestral dragon, we are still like ants. If the ancestral dragon can do it, why can't we learn the art of resurrection? On the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, the ultimate mystical dragon could have 2 lives. That was because the mark of the ultimate mystical dragon was so strong that mortals couldn't really kill it the first time. It was the same for the former city lord of the wrongful death city. It was just that this ability disappeared when the gods descended, because divine power could easily destroy it. That couldn't be considered resurrection. At this moment, the enlightenment that had pushed Long Chen to the peak was resurrection. He thanked Mo Xiaolang for this sentence. This sentence was like a sharp thorn that came into contact with the Life Tao seal. It stabbed into the Life Tao seal, allowing the nomological power that once belonged to the ancestral dragon to descend into his primordial spirit. It allowed him to discover that the nomological power of resurrection really existed in this world. It was a symbol. An aquamarine ring condensed on the palm of Long Chen's left hand. It corresponded with the black swastika symbol of the ghost blood curse on the palm of his right hand. This ring pattern was the nomological power of resurrection in Long Chen's heart. Ring, the head and tail are connected. Perhaps this is the reincarnation of life. The passing of an old life is the beginning of a new one. Yu Hua, I hope that you can use this to obtain a new life. Long Chen's eyes were completely aquamarine and emitted an incomparably majestic brilliance of life. This time, his comprehension of the nomological power of life had reached a new level. It wasn't just healing, it wasn't just taking life, it was resurrection. The palm of his left hand covered the forehead of white bone. He was already very calm after doing all this. He was familiar with the power of resurrection, so he naturally knew what would happen next. The people in the divine nation were also watching this scene nervously. The aquamarine ring fused with white bone. For a moment, white bone was emitting an aquamarine light. When Longchen retracted his palm, the aquamarine ring on his palm had already dimmed. However, Longchen knew that when the ring lit up with aquamarine light again, resurrection could be used a second time. As for the time, he wasn't sure. It could be a few days, or it could be a few years. This depended on how difficult it was for the life that was brought back from the dead last time. For example, God Emperor Yuhua shouldn't be too difficult. Longchen felt very relaxed. The nomological power of resurrection didn't need to be used, but it was much more limited than defying the heavens and changing one's fate. The number of times it could be used was very limited. Of course, it would be really bad if he had to use resurrection frequently. Everything else depended on Divine Emperor Yuhua's transformation. Even Luo Yunyang himself had to hold his breath. What followed was a miracle of life. It was as though time was flowing in reverse. Everything that had disappeared returned once again. For example, white bone suddenly shattered and formed a ball of green light. The green light ball began to expand, and Longchen could vaguely see a fair baby within it. Then, the baby grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, when the green light dissipated, Divine Emperor Yuhua, who looked exactly the same as before, appeared in front of Longchen. It was simply unimaginable. The Dark Sky Domain Lord had prepared for a long time in order to resurrect his daughter, and he had paid a huge price. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to suppress Di Jun and returned with his tail between his legs. But this time, Longchen relied on a nomological power and nothing else to bring Yuhua back from the dead. This was the most terrifying effect of the nomological power. Even if it was spread out, no one would believe that there was such a resurrection technique in this world that could allow a person to be reborn with only a remnant soul left. Of course, Divine Emperor Yuhua was also dumbfounded. The world after death is actually a dream? She looked at herself in perfect condition, and then at Longchen. She knew that she couldn't exist in front of Longchen like this, so she felt that the world after death was a dream. This is the world of the living. I brought you back alive. Longchen trusted her. She was a friend worth befriending. Therefore, he didn't plan to hide the trillions of lives in his divine kingdom from her. What's going on? Yuhua found that everything was true. I have many friends in my divine kingdom. They will explain everything to you. Longchen didn't hesitate this time. He directly pulled her into the god nation to prevent the Era Sky Demon from appearing again. If he appeared again, the resurrection seal was now dim, and he couldn't let Yuhua be reborn again in a short time. Don't worry. Yuhua arrived at the god nation and saw this incomparably vast world. Welcome to our home. Everyone was looking at her. Yuhua raised her head and looked at the shocking scene. She suddenly smiled and said, I find that I seem to have fallen in love with this place. Your secrets are all here, aren't they? I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Longchen glanced at the dim dark green bracelet on his left hand and the sinister ghost blood curse on his right palm. Together with the origin dragon soul in his divine kingdom, he had gained a lot from the death reign. Now, only he and I are left in the death reign. Even if he hadn't almost killed Yuhua, Longchen would have gone to find him. The battle between him and the Era Sky Devil was fated. Last time, they hadn't decided who would live or die, but this time, it would be. Perhaps the key to the secret of the death reign lies with him. He could control the blood sea and the blood beasts. His body must have undergone an inconceivable change. He wanted Longchen to submit to him and become his puppet, but Longchen had to get rid of him. For him, he and the Era Sky Devil couldn't coexist in this world, just like how Di Jun and him couldn't coexist. There had to be life and death, and only then could they be completely free. Therefore, he rushed into the depths of the blood sea. At the end of the passage, the Era Sky Devil was also rushing over from the other side. Perhaps he didn't know that Longchen had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Controlling the ghost blood curse is indeed my limit. It seems that I can't rush to merge with the heaven-sacrificing spear. The Era Sky Devil is so difficult to deal with even when he's not in his true form. His true form must be even more difficult to deal with. But as long as he's alive, he'll die no matter how strong he is after being hit by my ghost blood curse. He crossed the layers of blood sea. Jun guarded outside the death rain day and night. In the death rain, Long Chen and the Era Sky Devil were approaching each other. After 3 days, Long Chen saw an endless tide of blood beasts in the passage ahead. Thousands of blood beasts were lying in wait for Long Chen. Among the blood beasts, there were more than 10 primeval troll. Chapter 2968. In front of him, countless blood fiends spread out and completely surrounded Long Chen. The blood fiends were ferocious. Among them were over a dozen primeval troll, all of whom Long Chen was familiar with. He had personally defeated them and sent them into the death rain. Of course, almost every primeval troll in the death rain had undergone a transformation similar to the Era Heavenly Demon. Their originally pitch-black dragon scales had all turned blood-red. Every primeval troll was shrouded in a dense blood-red light. Not only had they recovered to their peak, but they were also much stronger than they had been at their peak. Perhaps this was also the death rain's creation. Being sent into the death rain by Long Chen was a blessing in disguise. Over a dozen primeval troll and thousands of blood fiends charged towards Long Chen in the blink of an eye. The primeval troll were cold and cruel. Their scarlet eyes hid boundless killing intent. It was as if thousands of god emperors were surrounding Long Chen. Long Chen was not flustered. He was already prepared to fight to the death. Ordinary people were afraid of these blood fiends, but he was not. His extermination dragon seal could easily open a path. What he needed to be wary of were the primeval troll, who had become much stronger. There were over a dozen of them. Long Chen was very familiar with all of them. At this moment, the seawater in front of him churned. A giant beast that was over 10 times the size of the other primeval troll appeared in front of Long Chen. It had hideous bone spurs, dragon scales, a cruel face, a raging battle intent, a cruel and cold gaze, sharp claws, a thick body, and a long and sharp tail, all of which Long Chen was even more familiar with. This was the war demon that had once almost destroyed the eternal god domain. But now, its body had completely transformed into the color of blood. It was as if he had been slumbering in a sea of blood, and had only just awoken. Long Chen was the one who had sent him here, and was his mortal enemy. In the past, the thing he had been most unwilling to accept was that he had been defeated by Long Chen and sent here. They had endured thousands of years of loneliness, and now they had to endure this kind of torment again. Long Chen was their greater enemy, but Ji Yuan Sky Devil insisted on subduing Long Chen. When Long Chen met his eyes, what he felt in return was the strongest fighting spirit. That incomparably intense fighting spirit completely surpassed the fighting spirit of the heaven-punishing war god Star. The war devil was different now. Is the Era Sky Fiend not here yet? Long Chen was surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, but his expression didn't change. The war devil in front of him was incomparably huge, but it couldn't scare him. He's almost there, but he asked me to ask you something. Every word of the war devil's rough voice caused the blood sea to shake violently. Hurry up and spit it out. Long Chen sneered. The war devil stuck out its scarlet tongue and sneered as well. As it transformed, its body began to shrink until it was the same size as the other primeval troll. Then, it said, he asked you if you knew that resistance would lead to death. Would you choose to submit to him and sign a giant demon contract with him? Long Chen's answer was very clear. In fact, it was even clearer when he attacked Yu Hua Divine Emperor. Without hesitation, he said, then tell him that he'll be the one to die, not you. You've lost to him, so why be so arrogant? These words caused many of the primordial giant demons to roar loudly. Long Chen refused to surrender. To them, this was a good thing. They finally had a chance to take revenge. Today, they would return all their hatred to Long Chen. Thank you for refusing. I knew you'd rather die than submit. Back then, you didn't even yield in such a desperate situation, let alone today. The war devil's voice drowned out everything else. Ji Yuan's sky fiend hadn't appeared yet. It seemed like he really hadn't arrived yet. What had he been doing? He was so far away that even the primeval troll had appeared to surround him. The order he gave me was to not let you escape if you refused to submit, but, this time, I'm going to disobey his order. Long Chen, I hate you. The war devil laughed sinisterly. Then, almost at his command, the primeval troll and all the blood fiends charged at Long Chen as if they didn't care about their lives. To be honest, if it weren't for the ghost blood curse, Long Chen wouldn't have had the confidence to deal with Ji Yuan's Skyfian subordinates. They were all existences that had made Long Chen despair time and time again. This time, even though they had grown stronger, Long Chen had grown even stronger. His growth was just that ferocious. The demon-subduing pagoda used the Annihilation Dragon seal to clear a path. Once any blood fiends approached, the demon-subduing pagoda would be controlled by Long Chen. No matter how large the blood fiends were, they would be destroyed instantly by the Annihilation Dragon seal. The sinister ghost blood curse condensed on his right hand once again. In the blood sea, the water surged violently. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled faintly. It had been a long time since he had been able to go on a killing spree like today. Swoosh! His target was the primeval troll. Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend had wanted them to stop him. Since he hadn't arrived yet, this was the best time to kill his henchman. You little thing, your killing intent is quite strong. However, I'm sure you'll still die at the hands of Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend, Ghost Chi said disdainfully from the ghost blood curse. She could only move her lips. When Long Chen started killing, she would still have to cooperate with Long Chen's attacks. Close. Boom, boom, boom. The demon-subduing pagoda smashed 3 blood beasts into smithereens. The ghost blood curse continued forward. Right in front of Long Chen was a blood-colored primeval troll. Upon closer inspection, soul-controlling demon, so it's you. This was the first fellow that Long Chen had sent to the death rain. Back then, in order to kill him, Long Chen had almost lost his life. Moreover, this fellow had incited the demon race, the sorcerer race, and the sea race to attack the dragon god domain. Come to think of it, he had almost killed Long Chen several times. Die! The soul-controlling demon roared. His voice was even more terrifying. However, Long Chen's speed and resistance exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, without using any rules, he had already rushed in front of the soul-controlling demon. With a slash of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. The ghost blood curse pierced through the soul-controlling demon's dragon scales and flesh. Of course, for the huge body of the primeval troll, this was only a negligible injury. It couldn't even be considered an injury. Whoosh! Long Chen passed by him. Roar! The soul-controlling demon let out an earth-shattering scream. In just a short moment, the ghost blood curse had already crawled all over his body, covering every corner. His entire body was convulsing, and he let out painful howls. Even so, it couldn't stop him from finally turning into ashes. Whoosh! He turned into countless rays of blood light and melted into the sea of blood. After being killed by the ghost blood curse, Long Chen couldn't use his blood devour anymore. However, he had no other choice. If he didn't use this eternal-level destinable divine artifact, he wouldn't be able to deal with so many primeval troll and blood fiends. In an instant, life and death were decided. One primeval troll was gone. Be careful of his sword. Seeing the soul-controlling demon's fate, the primeval troll were stunned. Of course, this wasn't enough to defeat them. After reminding each other, they mixed in with the blood fiends and attacked Long Chen again. I'll kill as many as they come. Every single one of the primordial great devils was his mortal enemy. Kill. The sea of blood raged. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't fight too many opponents at the same time. He controlled time and reversed the sea of time, causing chaos. Amidst the chaos, he used the demon's subduing pagoda to open a path, and all the blood fiends were annihilated in front of him. His opponents were only the dozen or so primeval troll. From their encirclement, it became a one-sided massacre by Long Chen. Swish, swish, swish. The ghost blood curse had killed before. Even if the opponent's defense was good, it was still difficult for him to block a single strike from Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand the terrifying effects of the ghost blood curse. It was no wonder that the person Yuhua wanted it so badly. It was also no wonder that Daoist Duo Bao and the others were fighting so hard. This Surekill sword was simply a nightmare for demons and gods. Even a primeval troll would be killed in one strike. They would truly die from then on. The encirclement had turned into Long Chen's hunt. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the primeval troll had died to Long Chen's ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse devoured their remnant souls and continuously strengthened the curse's power. Seeing how fierce Long Chen was, even Gue Qi was speechless. She didn't know what to say about Long Chen. Of course, she still didn't think that Long Chen could win. Let me. The war demon had a headache as it watched its brothers fall one after another. It had long been prepared to fight Long Chen. However, Long Chen refused. He couldn't leave a single one of these primeval troll alive. Every single one of them was his mortal enemy. In this chaos, the war demon couldn't catch up to him at all. The tragic cries of the primeval troll could be heard everywhere. In the end, the war demon could only see that all the primeval troll in front of him had the ghost blood curse on them. Long Chen had brought them a crisis of certain death in a very short period of time. It's all my fault. As far as the eye could see, all the primeval troll were dead. The war demon was the only one left. In fact, the Era Sky Fiend hadn't let him appear because he couldn't hold himself back. He couldn't forget his past hatred, so he brought his brothers out of hibernation. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful, nor did he expect the ghost blood curse to be so terrifying. It was only now that he saw all the other primeval troll die in battle that he felt remorseful. He finally understood why the Era Sky Fiend wanted to subdue Long Chen. However, he hated him. Surrounded by thousands of blood fiends, he met Long Chen's eyes once again. It's your turn. Long Chen pointed the ghost blood curse at the war demon. Because too many blood fiends had been killed by the Annihilation Dragon Seal, the blood fiends had been intimidated by Long Chen and didn't dare to get close to Long Chen. Today, either you die, or I die. The war demon's imposing manner surged, causing the entire blood sea to shake violently. The seawater surged wildly toward Long Chen, washing away all the blood fiends. Chapter 2969. In the vast death world, the endless blood water formed many whirlpools that surged in all directions. Long Chen and the war demon stood in the middle of the whirlpools. No matter how much the blood water raged, they did not move. The war demon's huge blood-colored body was shrinking. Although it had the appearance of a primeval troll, in the end, it was only the size of a human. The reason for this was that the larger its body was, the easier it was for Long Chen's ghost blood curse to hit it. This way, it maintained the terrifying power of the primeval troll and increased its agility. The human-shaped giant demon was very similar to Long Chen. Because in the battle, the blood-colored dragon scales appeared and covered his entire body. With the ghost blood curse in hand, Long Chen was even more powerful than the war demon. But the war demon used battle as its rule. In terms of battle intent, it was violent, ferocious, and intense, far surpassing Long Chen. This was a battle between the rules of battle and the rules of massacre. The war demon was different from the other primeval troll. He was much stronger. After all, he was a terrifying expert below the era demon. In the death world, the things he had obtained were more than the other primeval trolls combined. He had killed the other primeval troll so that he could focus on this war demon. The war devil hated Long Chen, and hated him for playing tricks on him. Of course, Long Chen had no choice but to kill him. Ignoring the enmity between them, if he didn't kill him, then the Era Heaven Devil would die, and everything he had would be destroyed. The Divine Dragon tribe would lose all hope. To put it more seriously, without Long Chen, the sky-swallowing race would destroy this world sooner or later. Therefore, the war demon had to die. Their battle broke out in the blink of an eye. The blood sea was already raging. At this moment, it was even more chaotic. Fighting in the blood sea was undoubtedly exciting. Undying war demon. Boom! The two moved at the same time. Long Chen brandished the ghost blood incantation, his body and sword turning into a bloody light. Without saying a word, the war devil charged forward. However, at the moment of impact, his body instantly transformed into 9 avatars. What was more frightening was that each of the war devil's avatars was as strong as him. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. The war devil didn't have a fortune divine artifact. All of his power came from the unique primeval troll's power and his powerful physical body. When one became 10, it was 10 times more powerful. This rule was simple, but it was terrifying. Among the 10 of them, it's impossible to tell which one is the main body. Or perhaps, there's no main body at all. They're all the main bodies. Only by killing all of them can we truly kill him. Long Chen didn't have much time to think. That was because the two of them, who both possessed blood-colored dragon scales, collided with each other in an instant, producing a terrifying explosion. Undying indestructible palm. The 10 war devils were using the same rule as before. However, in the death world, the rule had undergone a metamorphosis. It was at a much higher level, and its power was even more terrifying, surpassing the ordinary God-Emperor rule. Boom! It was simply an inescapable net. Swoosh! Long Chen rapidly retreated. In a short moment, he had already kept the demon subduing pagoda and appeared in his left hand. The longevity grass wrapped around his left arm. Sword of Time. A sword swept out. A crescent moon-like destructive sword chi erupted. The power of the ghost blood curse was attached to it as it swept out. The 10 war devils were all within Long Chen's attack range. Boom! The Sword of Time collided with the 10 war devils' rule. In terms of power, the Sword of Time was rapidly annihilated. However, the power of the ghost blood curse still climbed onto their bodies, bringing pressure to the war devils. Get out! Because it wasn't a direct attack, it couldn't kill the war devils. But at this moment, Long Chen's longevity grasp penetrated the attack and wrapped around one of the war devils. Come here. The intense pain from the longevity grasp was unbearable for anyone. Long Chen's movements were swift and fierce. He instantly pulled one of the war devils out from the group. Courting death. The other war devils attacked once again. Swish. Long Chen retracted the longevity grass and slashed out with his sword. The war devil that was bound by Long Chen's Sword of Time was hit head-on. Of course, the ghost blood curse still couldn't stab it. Even so, the war devil was still infected by the ghost blood curse. It could only use all its strength to resist the ghost blood curse. As a result, it was once again pulled by Long Chen. At this moment, the longevity grass wrapped around it tightly. Die. Swish. The ghost blood curse swept out. A war devil's head flew out. Success. The ghost blood curse spread rapidly, turning that war devil into ashes. However, the other 9 war devils also arrived before him. The price for killing a war devil for Long Chen was to be hit by the other 9 war devils. Ancient undefeatable divine fist. Rumble. The demon subduing pagoda resisted. Even so, it was still blasted away. Its body almost collapsed. The war devil had a huge advantage in close combat. If not for the ghost blood curse, it would have crushed Long Chen. Flame of life. With the flame of life burning, Long Chen shuttled through the sea of blood. Although he was slightly injured, it wasn't a problem for him. Within the flame of life, he rapidly recovered. Of course, the remaining 9 war devils continued to chase after him. Coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, the war devil roared. Turning his head, he saw that the boundless sea of blood had already formed an incomparably huge blood-colored wave that rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen recovered from his injuries. This time, he suddenly turned his head. Not only did he not escape, but he also rushed towards the core of the 9 war devils. The longevity grass flew out, stretching incomparably large. This time, the 9 war devils dodged it. There is nothing in the world that can't break the Great Tribulation finger. The 9 war devils stabbed out at the same time. The 9 fingers formed a terrifying array diagram that stabbed towards Long Chen. Its power was extremely terrifying. The phantom of a huge beast appeared in the array diagram. If Long Chen's guess was correct, it should be a gigantic god-fiend beast. Stab of karma. This time, it was like a spear thrust back. Ferocious and indomitable. Forgetting about life and death, he only had hatred. He left everything to the mysterious karma. His encounter with the war devils here was the result of the past karma. I'm willing to use my heart to break through thousands of demons. The stab of karma. It struck the gigantic god-fiend beast array diagram. Break. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The power of the ghost blood curse and the power of karma fused together, forming an incomparably terrifying penetrative effect. At this moment, Long Chen released the ghost blood curse and endured the power of the all-conquering finger alone. However, under his control, the ghost blood curse transformed into a blood-colored shadow that rushed towards the 9 war devils. Swish. 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 Several cold sounds rang out. Swoosh. The ghost blood curse returned to Long Chen's hand. Rumble. Long Chen was still sent flying by the shockwaves. This time, his injuries were even more severe. He had no choice but to use the flame of life again. The majestic flame of life burned, allowing him to gradually recover. However, this risk had allowed Long Chen to secure victory in the match. The karma thorn pierced through the other party's attack, allowing the ghost blood curse to pass through. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 war devils were injured by the ghost blood curse. Now, when Long Chen looked over, those 7 war devils were turning into ashes before Long Chen's eyes. Indeed, the war devil didn't have a true body. These were all his true bodies. The remaining 2 war demons fused together in a fit of depression and hatred. Although Long Chen had killed 8 of his clones, he still acted as if nothing had happened. However, his battle intent was even more ferocious and intense. You're powerful, but I'll make you pay the price you deserve. The war devil was covered in blood. His tail, dragon scales, wings, and other parts looked incomparably sinister. Even after killing 8 of his clones, his aura was still rising steadily. Boom! This time, his body was expanding instead. He grew infinitely bigger. In the end, most of Long Chen's vision was occupied by his body. He couldn't even see the end of a dragon scale. Ignite my battle flames, undying and inextinguishable. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the voice of such a huge body was. Actually, the war devil knew that Long Chen possessed the eternal level ghost blood curse. Although he had been defeated, he was unwilling to accept it. At this moment, he gathered all of his power, all of his battle spirit, all of his will, all of it gathered into his claw. In the sky, an endless mountain was descending. Actually, it wasn't a mountain, but the war devil's claw. It was too big. That claw completely covered the sky that Long Chen could see. It was as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. His claw was like the hand of the heavens. The heavens are like devils. The claw descended. It was a claw that gathered all of the war devil's power. If you dare to take it, I'll accept my defeat wholeheartedly. These were the last words of the war devil. He hoped that Long Chen would dare to take it and fight to the death with him. This was the will and dignity of a fighter. I'll take it. Long Chen didn't say much. He didn't think too much about it. In his heart, there was a saying, the brave are invincible. Therefore, at this moment, facing the claw that seemed to be from the heavens, he rushed upwards. It was the same ghost blood curse and the same karma thorn, but it was different this time. This was because it was different karma. It was the end of karma. This time, you, war devil, shall be exterminated for all eternity. A beam of blood-red light shot up into the sky and pierced through the devil's claw as it came crashing down from the sky. The endless sea of blood was suppressed by the war devil. Therefore, when he raised his head, he was already in the sky. Because of the vastness of the sky, he could see the war devil at this moment. The ghost blood curse penetrated his claw. No matter how big his body was, the swastika still spread throughout his body. As for Long Chen, it had to be said that the war devil's attack this time was terrifying. The war devil's will and all its strength were concentrated here. Long Chen had to admit that if he didn't have the ghost blood curse, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by the flame of life. The power of the war devil had almost shattered his bones. As expected of a devil in battle. A very strong and admirable opponent. However, he had to die. Amidst the flame of life, Long Chen was recovering. Amidst the ghost blood curse, the war devil roared unwillingly as it turned into ashes. When the war devil completely disappeared, Long Chen also went from a dangerous state to a relatively weak state. Just now, I almost wanted to use revival from the dead. Looking at his palm, the jade green ring was glowing again. In the end, the war devil couldn't kill Long Chen, not even once. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.